no base, so when we were up on the mountain, if you got off the trail, it was
Don't do that to trees, everything else.
keep going or get stuck.
Yeah.
My son got stuck a lot.
Good morning again, everyone. I'd like to call the Humboldt County Board of Commissioners meeting to order. It's January 3rd, 2022.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before you get going here, I just want the folks to know right now, there should be no video out there. We're having a little bit of a technical problem with the video, but they can't hear us.
So begin with Pledge of Allegiance, if you'll please join me.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On the agenda is public comment. Do we have anybody that would like to provide public comment? Either if you're on video or on the phone, press star 6 to unmute yourself. Not hearing anything?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Dave, there's some discrepancies on the calendar. I don't know. There's in June, there's 2 days marked 28. And then in August, it's marked 8 and 22 for our commissioners meetings. I don't know whether that should be 1 and 15 because that would be the 1st and the 3rd.
That was in August, Commissioner?
Yes,
Okay. I will double check that.
thank you.
Once again, is there any public comment? Hearing none. We'll move on to item 4, which is fix the term of the chair and the vice chair, nominate and elect chair and vice chair. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval to set the terms of office of chairman and vice chairman of the Board of Humboldt County Commission, and to include a nomination and election of chairman and vice chairman of the board pursuant to NRS 244.070. This is for discussion and action, possible action. So, before we started, you guys will let me indulge myself a little bit here. I want to thank, it's been an honor to be chairman of this board, and it's been a trying year in some ways, but I think that we've done a pretty fair job as a commission, and I owe it to all of you to making my job easier as chairman, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate our staff, who has also made my job a lot easier. Dave is quarterback of this team and does a really great job, I think. I also want to thank all the employees that through this trying time with COVID and everything has done a great job of keeping this county moving forward, keeping the wheels on the bus, and I want to thank you all for your hard work and perseverance in this, so thank you. With that, we'll begin with, I guess, setting the term of the chairman and vice chair. Normally it's been 1 year and it's worked pretty well that way, I felt. Anybody else have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's historical. Since I've been on the board, we've done it. We've changed one every year, and it's worked well, I believe.
Everybody else good with that?
Yes, Commissioner Hill, I think 1 year's good for everybody to.
Do you want to take separate actions on this, or can we do the nominations, set the chair, or set the terms all in one?
Yes, you can.
Okay. With that, then it's time to nominate chairman and vice chairman. And if I could, I would like to nominate Commissioner French as for chairman and Commissioner Tipton as vice chair. Is there any other nominations? Good. So with that, as there isn't any other nominations, we'll close the nominations and vote. All those in favor of fixing the term to 1 year and electing Commissioner French as chair and Mr. Tipton as vice chair, signify by saying aye.
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 Passes unanimously. With that, I will turn this meeting over to Commissioner French. Trade your seats.
Thanks, Ron. I think you did a fine job this year.
Thank you.
I want to say the same.
As my first chairman,
Yeah.
you did a good job. We'll see what happens now.
But you got nothing to compare me to.
Right. You did a fine job.
Yeah, I wanted to thank him as well. It can be a real tough deal if you've got somebody as chair that isn't committed to the job, and Ron has always been that. And he well knows, call him Saturday mornings or Sunday nights and whatnot, trying to get things squared away. And Ron is. The other thing is, I think it's important to note is that Ron's got 2 ranches that he's running, and he hits the ground running every day. And so I really appreciate the fact that he put this job first, and it was really a hardship on him to do that. So I personally would like to thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
So. Okay, we'll go to item 5 then, if we could. Administrator's Annual Service Awards presentation for Humboldt County officials and employees. Dave?
Yeah, so I'll have you come up front with me, Chairman French. Let's do this. Morning, everybody. So what we do every year is get out awards for those individual employees. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, even 30 awards. And we've got one in every category this year. And that's a big testament to the work that you do, the endurance that you have, and stick around for a long time. That's really important for the county to keep stability, and it's great for our citizens to think they can trust back. So I appreciate that. We're going to start 5-year awards. I don't see him here, Levi, Carl. I know Levi had something going on this morning. Levi, of course, in building and safety, sparing you and everything, got 5 years in the county. So, Kevin Wigan, 5-year award as well. Come on up, Kevin. And Howard. Oh, you're coming in right now, probably. I saw her. You're up. Come on up. You want to come up there? Thanks, man.
Is that 5 years?
5 years? Abel's on board somewhere right now. So. Hey, Kevin, can you come back up one more time? Come on, back up, Kevin.
How many years was that one, Dave?
5 years.
5?
Oh. No. Should be in. Let's get one more picture. Thanks. Okay, Jasmine Mendoza, 5-year award. Abel Del Rio Nava. I'm not sure who that is. Thank you.
Dave, how many years?
5 years. These are all 5-year awards. Next up, Jeremy Peters. I know Jeremy's here as well. Tina Martino. Also 5-year, Alicia Formby. Is Alicia in here? They have started court already. I'll make sure the judge gets that. Alicia. Janine Poor. Okay. Mario Murillo. Mario. You want to take that?
I'll take it to you.
Yep. Josefina Rodriguez. Josefina's not here. We'll give that one off. Catherine Berge. There. Sylvia Batista. Sylvia. Jamie Wells. Next is Chancy Fire. Shanae Crutcher. I don't see him here. Patrick McDade. Juvenile Services. We can take that. You want to take that? All right, next we're going to move to 10-year. This over here. Hey, Mike, do you want this? Next up. Down here, careful swallow. No, I'll let you take that. Next up, Mr. James French. Casey Nagus. hopefully, Burton's not here, and he's up probably working on the road with us. All right, 15-year award. Daryl Field, probably. Daryl, you here? All right, Daryl, see you about 15 years. Great job. Thank you, Daryl. '25-year. Candace Carrier. Thanks, Candace. Another 25-year award, Stephen Ballou. I don't see Stephen in the room. Our Stephen's always taking care of our buildings here and does a great job, especially during the winter time, keeping the roads clear. So thank you, Stephen. And last but not least, just want to show you this. This is what you get if you hang on for 30 years. Plus, we also have a gift certificate. So this is for carrying it home. So congratulations, Carol. And that's all we have for those. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it, and really appreciate all your efforts all the time. So this is the one opportunity we have to say thank you and thanks. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
You betcha.
Steal it.
You seen,
Yeah, how much it goes to?
Don? Fire department? Okay. What I heard. I think he's given us enough time.
Yeah. You might fall asleep or
He's the last of the originals, I
Some of
think.
these awards were for last year and we didn't do that.
No, I haven't heard from him. I just figured he,
Trying to retire.
yeah. It's time.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we'll go to item 6, which is approval of the minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes. Did we have any additions, corrections to the minutes? How about a motion for the October 6th?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve the minutes for October 6th, 2021 as presented.
We have a motion on the floor. Do you have any discussion on the motion, corrections? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimous. We'll move on to the second set of minutes for September 7th, 21.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for September 7th, 2021 as presented.
We have a motion on the floor. Any additions or corrections to the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I just have one question. This is Commissioner Hill. And I've always kind of wondered this, but when we get our agenda, it shows approval and then it has all these. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That clears it up. Okay. Keeps track of what's outstanding. Perfect.
Were you still a yay?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
Okay.
I am. I just had
I
a
didn't want to assume anything, so
clarifying question. I am a yay.
very good. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, which is approval of expenditures for Humboldt County for December 13th, 2021 through January 3rd, 2022. Did everybody have a chance to take a look at the? I haven't signed them yet, but has everybody had a chance to sign them except me? Okay. We have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the expenditures for Humboldt County from the period of December 13th, 2021 through January 3rd, 2022.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is any additions, corrections to the motion? Okay, we'll, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, motion carries. Okay, we'll move on from that to item 8, which is determination of commission assignments for 2022. Consideration, discussion, possible approval, specific assignments for individual commissioners regarding other boards and committees in which we serve, including Nevada Association of Counties, Regional Airport Board, Central Nevada Water Authority, Humboldt River Basin Water Authority, Western Interstate Region, Legislative Interim Land Council, Humboldt Development Authority, Winnemucca Convention Visitors Authority, Hospital Board, Humboldt Foundation, Northeastern Nevada Regional Development Authority, Humboldt County Elk Planning Steering Committee, Nevada Works Board, and the State Land Use Planning Advisory Council, or SLUPAC. And there's some other boards on there as well, but I think everybody had a chance to take a look at the spreadsheet that was forwarded to us. That represented pretty much what we had last year. And I think it's a good opportunity for us to talk about whether or not would like to shift that around, or whether we're comfortable with the divvying up of the responsibilities as they stand right now. Anybody have anything to add or subtract or suggestions?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Haas.
Yes.
I've got one on here, says Nevada Homeland Security Working Group. I have asked about it last year. Nobody seems to know what it's all about. Dave, you got any input on that?
I don't, and we did check into that. There was a working group at one time, but as of right now, we have not been able to find anything where there is a Homeland Security group, but it's usually made up of emergency managers and things like that. So that's probably one we just need to get off of there.
I think, yeah, if you look at too, there used to be one on there for the Water Canyon Working Group as well, and that was pretty active for a period of time, but it's been inactive now for 7-8 years. So
What about the Welfare and Indigent Services Committee?
IAF, that'd be the IAF board, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I carry
It's
that one now
different.
through NACO.
Huh?
That's through NACO, and I carry that one now.
It's listed under
No.
me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you have not really been on the board. It did used to exist. Indigent Committee would meet monthly to consider those bills that were outside the realm of a normal consideration for the indigent coordinator and the clerk. So for instance, if someone had massive heart surgery, and the hospital, they would have to apply to the hospital and to any other avenue before they'd come to the county. That pretty much went by the wayside with the implementation of the Affordable Care Act, because of the fact that all hospitals had to cover those costs and everything. But that is separate than the Indigent Accident Fund, as Chairman French referred to, that is with NACO. It was a local board. It was comprised of one member of the commission, the clerk, and somebody else. Maybe it was 2 members of the commission. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since we've met. I don't know if we've met since Commissioner Franzway was actually on the board.
I don't recall it.
Mr. Chair, on mine, it has legislative, and I'm assuming that that's when I was on the interim legislative committee for public lands. I no longer serve on that committee. It's changed, so you could take that one off of mine.
Okay. Do we have any appointments that have come up that we've missed on here? I know those seem to come and go with certainly with the governor's appointments and such.
When does in an off year, do we have somebody on for legislative bill draft?
Usually that was handled by the NACO rep, but also there were years though that we had other members of our board that had connection with the legislative action. And particularly one I'm thinking about is Tom Franzway. When he was at the transportation board, he was sitting on, and he was actually involved with some of the bill draft on that end of it as well. It certainly doesn't preclude anybody from this board from being involved in that. There have been several years that there there was a concerted effort to change significant legislation which would have impacts to the county, that we formulated subcommittees on this board to actually report and set recommendations back through NACO. So. Any other questions? Okay. So do we have we're pretty much comfortable with the additions and subtractions that we made with the way it stands? Do we have a motion on that then?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the commission assignments for 2022 as presented with a couple of changes.
With the noted changes? Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have any additions or subtractions to the motion? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. We'll move on to item 9, which is Comptroller's financial report. Humboldt County Comptroller Gina Rackley will provide an overview of current conditions with respect to Humboldt County revenues, expenditures in fiscal year 22, July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, including possible impacts of the COVID-19 response in the county and an update with the American Recovery Act funds. Hi, Gina.
Good morning, Commissioners. Happy New Year. Comptroller Gina Rackley for the record. Thank you. We received October's CTX report last week, and again, we are down 6.7%, which equates to about $3.9 million in total sales in the county. 13 of the counties in the state reported an increase, with 4 reporting a decrease: Humboldt, Churchill, Eureka, and Lander. Something, though, to mention, even though we are down 6.7% from the same month last year, we are up 2.8, almost 3% actually, from the year before for the same month. Some areas to mention on that: mining was up 22.3%, and again, utilities were up very significant, a little over 5,000%. So, Commissioner Tipton, you asked last month if possibly that could be the solars, and I'm still not sure. I'm not really for sure how and when they came online. But if you look up the NAIC code for utilities, it's electric, hydroelectric, fossil fuel, nuclear, solar, wind, geothermal, and natural gas, water, sewer system. So, without them telling us specifically which one it is, it's hard to know. But solar's in there, so it could, but I don't know if they're generating for sale yet by October. Were they, Dave? I
don't think so.
I didn't think so either, but anyway. So I don't really have a clear answer because they won't tell us who it is that's impacting those
And we don't
numbers.
get paid on the dollar amount. It's a amount that goes through the transmission, isn't it, that we get paid on?
I think it varies. It depends on like purchases that they're making, taking possession, putting online, sales, generation. I think it's a combination of things. So I'm not real positive. And trying to get an answer, I've always said if there's one job left in the world and it's the state of Nevada CTX department, I'm not going to work. It's a very confusing place to work. Yeah. All of the manufacturing items are up. Everything from plastic, rubber, material, metal, fabricated, everything is showing real strong in the manufacturing area. Now to talk about the decreases. Our merchant wholesalers of durable goods were down 35.6%, which comes to 3.3 million. Our motor vehicle parts and dealers were down 20.7. That's about 1.6 million for the same month in the previous year. And building materials and garden equipment supplies are down. So those, I think, are the 3 big ones that are driving the negative side. Gasoline stations were up, general merchandise stores were up, and so were the non-store retailers. So everything there is up. It's just those 3 areas where it's down big dollars. And then, of course, our restaurants, they were up at 13.3%. So almost $300,000. So that is good. And besides that, all of the other revenues are working fine. Our ARPA meetings are continuing on a weekly basis, although we haven't really had a lot going on. The city, they will vote tomorrow at their meeting, but I believe they will probably move forward with this, the purchase of the tent over at Humboldt General Hospital that they're doing the testing through. So they'll be able to use some of their CARES Act money because they still had some of that left over to help the hospital with that expense and also some testing, I believe. So on our side, we have notified the rural districts that what was approved and nothing yet has been done, which I'm not really surprised. In the winter, it's a little bit hard to complete some of those projects, but they have been notified. So that is all I have. Unless you have any questions, I'll let you go on with your meeting for the day.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So how was online shopping revenues? Were they up?
Yeah, they were up. They came back up. That's the non-store retailers, and they were up 15.3%. So last year was up quite a bit at 2.2 million, and this year it was at 2.5, almost 2.6. So that's still holding pretty good.
And do we anticipate seeing any drop in the mining side with Highcroft shutting down?
Possibly, they're not one of the largest mines. The one that we always look to, of course, is Nevada Gold Mines and what they're doing, and also Marigold, because they seem to have the most activity and the cash to make those purchases, those large purchases.
Was Highcroft even producing gold yet, or were they still ramping up and then shut down?
I'm not sure that they were. If they were, it wasn't
Not much.
not very high.
They're still trying to perfect that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
thank you.
Look.
Any additional questions for Gina?
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gina. Okay, we're going to move on to item 10.
We'll hold off
It's
on
10
that.
o'clock, so we're going to move on.
Yeah, sorry. Item 11.
On to item 11, Public Works Department, General Road Departments. Presentation from Humboldt County Public Works Director Don Kolkowski to update the board on road projects within Humboldt County. However, no action may be taken on a matter raised until that matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Morning, Don.
Good morning, Commissioners. Don Kalkowski, Humboldt County Public Works. So the last couple of weeks, obviously been busy, snow removal, just trying to keep roads open, trying to keep the ice off, which was almost impossible with those winds we were having. Right now, it's just clean up, trying to make room for potential future snow events that we have. And that's really what we've been working on the last few weeks. So I don't have much more to give you.
Don, this is Commissioner Haas. How are the cuts going up to the landfill? Have you been having a lot of problems with them filling up?
We've been hitting those pretty hard, and they've been doing, it seems like getting up to the landfill, it's that last curve before you get up there that fills in a little bit better than anywhere else.
We actually had to take one of the cats up there. And as you're going up, we took the snow from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, and it helped tremendously. But it was, we had 5 to 7 feet in cuts. But I meant to call you the other day and didn't want to interrupt any.
Yeah, no, we don't have anything that big up there now. And like I said, we've been hitting it pretty hard, and it's clear of ice as far as I know right now. We're going to look at it today and see if we can't get some more of that stuff melted off. But with these potential winds we're having the next day or two, that could change.
Yes.
Don, sorry. This is Commissioner Hill. Do you have a dozer at your disposal if we have to do a rescue or if?
We have one. It's currently out in Tenaya.
Okay.
They've been using it to push some material. We've been looking at renting one. Cashman has one that they have here in town that we've been looking at renting. We were going to rent it this week, but with these warmer temperatures coming, I'm just concerned about how much damage it's going to do as opposed to helping. Yeah, it's going to get the snow off, but then what are we going to be dealt with afterwards?
For sure.
So we're just gonna, we're gonna do the best we can this week just to keep some of those heavily drifted areas open and then see where the weather takes us.
Okay. And I'm sure we have a good relationship with contractors around. If we get in a bind where we had to have an emergency situation, we
Absolutely. And, you know, the big areas, you know, aside from Herschel, the big areas we had drifting issues were out in the rurals, and the farmers and ranchers have been
great.
Nothing but helpful, and they completely understand what we've been going through. So they've been very helpful.
Perfect. Thank you.
And NDOT in the city too have kind of stepped up, and, you know, we're all helping each other during this time, and it was a pretty good joint effort between all of us just to make sure everything was open. I just wanted to give them kudos as well.
Yeah, it probably really makes us rethink these agreements. You know, we haven't seen this kind of snow in a while, and really rethink those agreements when they come up with the states and the cities, and make sure we're all have some sort of agreement to help each other out.
Well, and
benefit us.
I don't even know that there's an agreement. It's just, you know, you're driving down a road, and whether it be a city road or a state road, if there's snow on it and you're running a plow and a sander, right, drop the plow. I mean, it's, you know, we're all working for the same people, which is the citizens. So, you know, if we have to put our plow down on an NDOT road, so be it. And I've told my guys that, you know, just to make it safe for the public to travel on. So.
Well, I appreciate the effort. I know personally know how hard it was last week. So very unique storms we had, and
absolutely,
and the blowing ice and freezing down. It's just almost impossible to make things, the parking lot's black and the road's black again. So
yeah, I'd have a little water running for a couple of days.
Yeah. I'm waiting for it to melt off a little bit.
It's coming.
Mr. Chair, I would also like to acknowledge not only Don, but all the employees that are driving those graders and stuff. I experienced it for 2 weeks out there. They'd plow it out and the wind would blow it full again. And they were out there at daylight and all day long and hitting those roads, and very committed to keeping the roads open. And I know all the rural residents really appreciate their commitment too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Things move a lot slower when it's that cold, and things break a lot easier when it's that cold. So
ain't that the truth?
Yep. Yep.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Also, just talking about cooperation. So when these snow events happen, other things come up that we don't expect. And the city was kind of upset with us that we had big piles of snow that we had moved out of the parking spaces along Fifth Avenue or Fifth Street here. And so we called up Don. He had a crew down there within an hour or so, and we moved all those things out. So thanks again, Don.
That was kind of unusual because I thought there was no way I was going to be able to get to that, but I had one guy that was available, and I was like, okay, this is where you're going. So
yeah,
it happened at a good time.
Yeah,
so,
good.
Or I got notification of it in good times.
You didn't have to tell me that.
Well, and on that note, this Commissioner Hill, you know, it's been a long time since we've had to move snow, and I think we're almost there where we're going to have to start relocating snow. It's great for the water situation, but I guess everybody just needs to slow down and have some patience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the big trick is not to get overzealous about it when it starts to break off, so that you don't tear the base up on the roads. Trying to get it all clear.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Any additional comments, questions?
Just thank you.
Okay, thanks, Don.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Okay, I'll move on to item 12, which is renewal agreement with Dr. Stringham for public health official services. Consideration, discussion, possible action regarding the agreement between Dr. Charles Stringham and professional services for professional services acting on behalf of Humboldt County Board of Commissioners in his capacity as public health official as part of the County Board of Health in an amount not to exceed $75,000. And I think, this is about what we did last year. This is an update to the contract. The expenditure is covered under the ARPA funds as it should be. And I'll just state for the record right now, I believe it's important that we maintain the continuity with this right now. Secondly, I believe that as long as we are in the midst of COVID-19, a lot of the state, federal regulatory aspects of this COVID-19 pandemic and with the changes up and down with the infection rates within our county, I think it's important for us to maintain that continuity. So any discussion, conversation having to do with this renewing of this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, has Dr. Stringham seen this?
He is not, but it's essentially the same one, the same agreement that he signed a year ago. The difference is last year we put 150,000 on it because we really had no idea. To date, he's only used 33,000, and although we haven't been billed for the last 3 months, so, but even with that, he'll be, probably around 50,000 versus 150 the year before. So that's backed off tremendously.
Mr. Chairman, could I mention a few things? May I be heard?
Yeah, you bet.
I want to kind of mirror some of the things and just remind the board that pursuant to statute and NRS 439, we're required to have a health board. We're required to have a county officer serve on that. A county physician serve on that health board. And just mirroring what Commissioner Chairman French said in regard to some requirements of the state. Typically, Dr. Izam Asham is the health officer. However, in times such as these during the pandemic, he has delegated to each of the rural entities that their county physician be that person and is required to report weekly to Dr. Izam as to how things are in the county. And I'm not even sure exactly what he's required to report because I'm not a part of those phone calls. So I want to let you know that they have delegated local authority to him and to all of the rural physicians in that regard. I also want to mention that in regards to this contract, you'll remember last year there was an issue that came up in regard to you all wanted on invoices that the vendors note where they're at on their not to exceed amount. So I would just ask that we make those changes in this contract to reflect that. So we put the burden on the vendor or the independent contractor to really stay on top of that not to exceed. In addition, I noticed that this contract has a termination for cause provision, which would allow termination if either the county or Dr. Stringham was in breach of the contract. However, I think it would be a good idea if we added a termination without cause, just a simple 30-day termination provision, so that if the board or Dr. Stringham decided we didn't want those services anymore, we could give 30 days notice. Either side could to get out of the contract.
Okay, any discussion having to do with the pending contract, including the recommended changes that came from the district attorney's office?
This is Commissioner Hill. I read through this contract too, as much as I could understand. Along with what Wendy had brought up, I would like to see something in there holding to at least maybe 30 days to invoice, or not getting these invoices 30, 60, 90 days out. I would like to keep them more current. So we know where we're at with our do not exceed.
Yeah, that's not a bad thought.
Instead of, I understand he has another job to do, but maybe it's invoiced within 30 days of that month.
That's pretty straightforward.
I think that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
So we're more up to date on this contract.
Okay. Any
It's a
additional?
little more transparent that way too, I think.
Yep. Good catch. Any additional comments, suggestions? Motion.
I'll make a motion to approve an agreement between Humboldt County and Dr. Stringham to perform duties as the Humboldt County officer in an amount not to exceed $75,000 and termination on December 31st, 2022, as well as the recommendations that came from DA's office and Commissioner Hill's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any additions or subtractions from the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, Dave, did you get all those changes?
I did. I
Okay.
think so. Yep. I'll double check with Tammy here before we're done, so.
Okay. Okay, item 13, which is along the same line, professional services agreement renewal with Nicole Maher for public relations service related to County Board of Health. Consideration, discussion, possible action regarding a professional services agreement with Nicole Maher to provide public relations services related to the actions of the Humboldt County Health Board, and specifically working with County Health Officer Dr. Stringham to coordinate all communication efforts related to the COVID-19 coronavirus in an amount not to exceed $60,000. It's along the same line. Did your comment with regard to this contract be the same?
Yes, this Commissioner Hill, I would also like to have that be pertinent to this contract as well, within 30 days, the county be invoiced within 30 days.
Okay.
That hasn't been a problem with Nicole, but
Okay,
I think it's a good idea to have it.
yep, have it in there. That way we're getting these bills.
Wendy, and your comments as well?
I believe we have a termination for any reason provision in there, but I would ask that we do the same in regard to the invoices, that the duty be on the vendor. I think that amendments that we made throughout the year reflected that, so I just would ask that those be incorporated.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Haas. I would like to add to it that she shows up here at a meeting in person. And the reason being our system here is not picking up her system and we can't hear her.
That's a good point.
If we could bring her in, let her use our system, we could understand better. And it's just been ongoing all year long.
Yeah.
And I look at the other faces in here and in the audience and stuff, and you just can't hear her because they're not gelling.
Yeah.
So I'd like to have that put in there.
Okay. I don't think that's unreasonable at all. I think we've all had.
Yeah, Commissioner Hill, I agree. Also, Stringham, it seems like we can hear him pretty good in his setup. I think we can.
Right.
Just Nicole has a kind of a lighter voice and really hard for the mic to pick that up.
I've had times where I heard about half of what she had to say, and it's I think it's important, and I think it's a great suggestion. I think it's something we should.
She has
require.
great stuff to update, but sometimes it just misses
Yeah.
a lot of the points get missed from not being able to hear and
Yeah.
for whatever reason, I would agree with Commissioner Haas. That in there.
Any additional comments, suggestions, additions? Hey, Dave, did you get the recommendations from?
I did.
Okay. Any motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we approve the professional service agreement contract with Nicole Maher with the changes that Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Haas advised. Did we have changes from the DA's office on that as well?
Yeah.
With those changes from the DA's office as well?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any additional comments, additions, subtractions from that motion?
Did we have the amounts in that motion?
Yeah, we did not.
Should, not to exceed 60.
Not to exceed $60,000.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, any additions? Any additional? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it, it's unanimous.
Item 14, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Item 14 is library, request to accept grants from the Nevada State Library, Library Services Technology Act, and request to hire. This is item A, which is a $5,912 collection development grant from the Nevada State Library that will help bring new materials to McDermott and Denial Branch libraries. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, so this is our collection development grant. We use this to improve our collections, and today, this year, we're hoping to focus on our branch libraries, since they were, especially McDermott, was very impacted by the pandemic. They were closed more than any of our other libraries. So in order to bring people back into the library out in McDermott, we're updating their collection. Their collection is very dated. And so these funds are going towards that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could you please introduce yourself for the record?
Jessica Anderson, Library Director for the Humboldt County Library, for the record.
Thanks, Jessica.
Okay. So for item A, which is the collection development grant, does anybody have any suggestions, additions, questions having to do with that? How about a motion?
I'll make a motion or attempt to, see, we are on A. I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for grant, to accept a grant of $5,912 for a collection development grant from the Nevada State Library.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Carries unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to item B, which is a $7,000 STEM Programming, Library Services and Technology Act to support science, technology, engineering, and math programming, and a STEM fair between January 2022 and June 2022 at the Humboldt County Library.
So this is a grant that we applied for. Jessica Anderson, Humboldt County Library, for the record. So this is to help, our goal is to help raise the testing that we had for math that dipped severely with in-person classes not taking place anymore. We're trying to get those numbers back up, and we do offer some STEM programming, and we want to expand on that. So we're going to use these funds to expand our STEM programming, and then that programming is going to culminate in a STEM fair. We did a science fair a couple of years back that was, we had some really good turnout for it, and we're hoping to repeat that success with more students.
I personally think it's a great idea considering what we're up against and the students are up against with the school system right now and the remote learning that's going on. I think they've really struggled, and I think this partially fills the gap. So I think it's a good idea personally.
I just have a question, Jessica, this is Commissioner Hill. So these grants, they culminate from you. I guess you manage these grants. Is that how that works? You manage these out to the rurals? Is that how?
So yes. The state grant, we don't have to apply for that one. That one's just distributed for all state libraries depending on our service area and size, and we get those funds based on our stats for the year and our collection size and how many people we serve. So as we turn those in, that culminates in how much we get for our collection development grant. The other one, the STEM grant, we actually apply for those, and all of them go through the main library, and as we disperse them through the branch libraries.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Motion?
Chairman, motion to approve $7,000 STEM Programming Library Services and Technology Act grant.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have any additions, clarifications on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? This motion carries unanimous.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what, will you bring us back something to show us what you're doing with these grants?
Like paperwork or
No,
pictures
no,
or?
just what you're doing with them. You know,
Oh.
what, I mean, I question the STEM because that should be done by our schools.
Yes.
Okay.
One of the reasons that we are doing that though is attendance, long-term absences for the schools have increased dramatically. Kids just, even if the schools offer some of these programs, the kids aren't, if they're not there, then they can't participate. So these are like after-school programs. We hit a lot of the kids whose parents can't pick them up until like 5 after they get off work. They spend a lot of time at the library, especially with our teen center. So we want to be able to offer programming that's educational and not just like crafts or anything like that. We do some fun crafts, but our focus is on educational programming.
Well, this is what I'm asking for. It's very nice to have you come in, explain these things to us and what you're doing for the community. You know, I mean, we've had numerous grants last year, and I'd like to see the end product of what it's, and what you just gave me was a great thing. You know, you're not focusing on just keeping kids entertained, you're actually trying to help educate them. So
Yeah. Phil,
any input that you'd give us would be great.
Sure. Yes, I will keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, and with any additional questions? Okay, and we'll move on to item C then, which is a request to fill part-time position, 10 hours a week at the Denial Library. That was been vacant since August 23rd, 2021. The attrition period of 120 days ended December 21st. And during that time, the need for the position to maintain the services at Denial Library has been determined to be essential. Okay. Jessica?
Jessica Anderson, Humboldt County Library for the record. So our Denial Library currently is only run by one person. And our Denial Library was the only library that never had to shut down for COVID, which was a great for their community. They just didn't have COVID in their community. And we did shut services off to people who weren't local, but if they had a library card, they were able to come into the library and use it. But this position helps with that single librarian out there, so they can, do services and also kind of as a safety precaution too, so they're not out there by their self the entire week.
Do you keep statistics in terms of the use, number of people in and out of the library, and trying to track, whether or not, we're expanding or contracting, whether with use within that community?
We do keep those metrics, and our Denial Library is a very well-used library, especially for the population size.
I think it's back to Commissioner Haas's request. I think we have a general interest in I think with regard to especially the rural uses and whatnot, to make sure that, we're getting the bang for the buck. And, there's been a lot of money spent there and a lot of money spent in McDermott and whatnot. And I think it's important that we get an update periodically. So when you're thinking along that line, maybe those statistics would be a good one for us as well.
Okay. I do update my board monthly with a director's report.
Sure.
I can do something where instead of giving it to you monthly, because I know you already have to deal with a lot, I can do like a quarterly report or something for you.
Sure, that'd be great. I think it would answer an awful lot of questions from this board side. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So 10 hours isn't a lot of time a week. That's minimal. When would that be, every week, or only if maybe the librarian had to go somewhere to Winnemucca or something? Would they fill in for that?
So it's traditionally every week, and then if the librarian is gone, they can adjust their hours. Our current Denial librarian used to be the 10-hour-a-week position, so it really helped because it's kind of hard to find positions out in these small rural areas. Well, when our past librarian left, she could fill right into that position as well. So it's a little bit of, yeah.
As far as safety goes out there, you mentioned that. I don't see a lot of risk out in Denio as far as safety goes. I mean, it's kind of off the beaten path. I don't suppose they have a lot of strangers walk in there.
Well, they do have a lot of people just driving through, and they like to come in and see the little library. That's where a lot of their foot traffic, but not their circulation, comes from, because it is an old historical building, and
Yeah.
it's a really cute little library out there. My concern more is like when it's icy out and stuff like this. They have had a lot of snow out there. If they get stuck out there, and we've been really good here. We've had some people stuck in the snow, and we've had people who were able to offer them rides or pick them up for work. But out in those areas, if there's an accident or something, having someone out there for a medical emergency or something who can even just call for help really helps soothe my anxiety a little bit.
Okay. Any additional questions?
I think the idea that you get a report every once in a while on the numbers of usage for these libraries would be helpful, especially when we go into budgets.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think there was a lot of questions that kind of ran up to that point the last time. I'm kind of wondering whether or not the monies that were expended in the rural communities was actually well spent, and it's not. We're not saying it's not. We just like to be able to take a look at the statistics, which would hopefully support that. So.
I have one other question, Mr. Chairman. So is that included in your budget, that 10-hour position?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, I was going to ask that.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
This Commissioner Hill, Jessica, so over the last 120 days, if the librarian's sick, then does the library just shut down?
Yes. We do have a lot of volunteers who help out with programming, parents especially. But if she's sick, then we can't give a county key to a volunteer.
Okay. Yeah, I would be in favor of it for the simple reason that you're training another person to, if that librarian wants to leave, then we have backup, somebody that can keep that library open. If we didn't approve this position, potentially we could be without a librarian in fairly short order, and trying to fill one, I know is a struggle out there. So
I have to agree as Commissioner. There's been a lot of money spent in those two locations and whatnot, and I think it's important for us to do what we can do to maintain an environment which allows people up there to utilize those facilities fully. So I think 10 hours is pretty modest. Yep.
Mr. Chair, so Jessica, as far as a quarterly report, if you want to send that to Michelle, the month end, whatever that quarterly time frame is, we send out documents to the commissioners pretty much every week. But at the end of that month, get it to us, and then we can include that as part of our stuff that we send out.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Any motions?
Make a motion to grant the request to fill a part-time position, 10-hour a week at the Denio Library as a Denio Library assistant.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have any additional comments on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Unanimous. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica.
Okay. We're getting closer to that 10 o'clock time. Okay, item 15, Buildings and Grounds request to purchase an ATV to renew agreement with Creative Construction and Landscaping for snow removal services. Item A is to purchase a 2022 Can-Am Outlander 450 ATV with additional accessories of a winch, plow, and sprayer from Sonoma Cycle in an amount not to exceed $8,755.80. County facilities, walkways, sidewalks are not maintained by any vendor during extreme weather conditions. Before I open this up to the board floor, I had several questions, and I'm just, these are curiosity more than anything else, Enoch. First off, why don't we have, those, our sidewalks and smaller surfaces covered by contract if it's necessary? And I'm just curious why it's not included. And secondly, I'm wondering, I'm just sitting there picturing an ATV with a plow on it on the sidewalks and such, and I'm just wondering if a snow blower or something that might be more portable. I'm just jumped into my head, so I was going to ask that question first.
Morning, Commissioners. Enoch Gaetano, Buildings and Grounds. We never had a contract anybody to do sidewalks since I'm working with the county. We always Buildings and Grounds is responsible to do all that, including parking lots. We end up to hiring a contract to do a parking lot because we don't have enough manpower to do it. So Commissioner, they agree with that, and that's why we contract a company to do parking lots. We'll still remain with the sidewalks in all county properties. I never thought about that included in that into the contract with this company. But I think still a great idea for us to keep doing it, because if it's like, this is a perfect example last week. It was snowing constantly. So company, they're not gonna be here sticking around 8 hours straight just to clean the sidewalk. We concerned about public employees and everybody else. So that's why I like to keep doing that old sidewalk walking. Yeah. And then now the portable, how do you say
A snow blower?
Yeah, we used to have one, I mean, years ago. But the problem with that is when we have so much snow, you go really slow, so slow. And then my predecessor, he ended up to get a four-wheeler because it was quicker, faster, and then we had the spreader so we can spread salt. So that's why we end up to just stay with that four-wheeler. And it's pretty fast to do it with the four-wheeler. You can plow and spread salt at the same time. So.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Enoch, with the addition of a four-wheeler, you've also covered the other aspects that you use it for. Would you explain that to us?
Yes, in summertime, one of the groundsman person, he used that to spray for weed killer, fertilizer, thing like that. So.
So it's a multiple use vehicle.
Yes.
And why have you been using yours on county property?
Yes, like I mentioned a few times, I use mine quite a few times, and then I think Dave saw me one time using my personal one, because the old one we can't really depend on it. I mean, we take it for a service right before winter, make sure everything is good to go. We came back, we park, and then we wait for the first snow, and then sometime works, and then sometime in the middle the place it's shut, it's dead. And then
How many hours are on that one? Do you know?
I don't know top of my head, but that doesn't have a lot of hours on it. It's just it's
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, and
It doesn't get a lot of hours on it, and we've got into not being able to fix it. Okay, you can't take that vehicle down and have them do anything major to it, because they can't. They can't get parts for them. And that's going to be whatever we buy in a four-wheeler, whether it's a Can-Am or whether it's Polaris or whoever. And that's something that we're all facing.
Yeah.
And I truly believe, well, we okayed it in the budget. I went back and checked that.
Yeah.
And the only thing is we should have had it online and should have had it here for winter if we needed it for snow.
Yeah.
But I think it's a vehicle that they use a lot of that doesn't get thought about. And, you know, if somebody else was doing the sidewalks, well, they'd still have it to move stuff around, or if snow out in the parking lots is a problem, you know, they could even go move it. But I think it's something that would be very beneficial to the county.
Chairman, this is Commissioner Hill, I have a question too. Or a comment more than anything. I think right on the lines, I think Enoch's there. I think a four-wheeler is very efficient for most of the snow we get. Keeping the sidewalks and stuff in-house is a great idea. Like you said, that a vendor's not going to stick around. They're going to hit you once and move on. I think it's good that we have that control in-house where you can have a guy out there all day long, keeping the people coming in and out of the courthouse safe. Along the lines of the old four-wheeler, no dealer's going to work on anything over 10 years old. It's just the way it is. The reality nowadays, they don't have parts, they don't have tooling for it. You know, whether this new Can-Am gets used for 50 hours or 500 hours in 10 years, we're probably going to have to buy another one.
Yeah.
It's the reality of these machines. You know, with that, I think it's a smart purchase. I wish we had it right now, but it sounds like it's in stock and something we can take delivery on maybe for the next snowstorm.
Yeah, the reason I just got back just so late because they don't have anything in stock because COVID. Everything, it was sold out. Nothing came in their shop. And the one from Reno, they quote me for the unit, but they said they're going to have it in stock until April. K&M here in town, they have 2 right now in the floor. So hopefully they still have those 2 if the commission approve it. So
is this going to be purchased locally, you said, or is it?
This is local, yeah.
Yeah.
The Sonoma cycle, they had 2 in stock.
Okay. Perfect.
The Reno one, they don't have anything until April.
Okay.
Chair. So are you going to be using the snowplow that you have, or it's just come with that attachment as well?
The new one?
The blade, not, are you going to take the blade off?
No, they come with.
This price includes the
Yes,
blade as well?
yes, the plow, the spreader, the winch, all that included.
What will we do with the old one?
We're gonna keep the old one. So if we have 2, I can have 2 person going around, but I mean, we're not gonna depend on the old one. We're gonna have the new one, primary. So the old one, we're gonna last until it die completely. I mean, we've been fixing, myself, I've been repaired that in the past years, lots of time, especially the electrical wiring. All the salt is getting to it. It's eating everything up, and there's no wiring harness for that. So we cannot fix it. So just try to make it go on. So, okay.
Mr. Chair, with the market the way it is right now, you might look at selling that one or trading it in on this one because they're worth a lot of money. I mean, they're an older vehicle, but you can't get them. You can't find new ones. You can't find used ones. So you might look into that too, rather than parking it out in the bone pile and having to keep working on it.
Yeah.
So make some phone calls.
Yep. You can offset that cost. That might be the way to do it. I think I'd leave that, personally, I think that's something that we'll leave to the administration and to Enoch to at least consider that for sure.
Okay.
But I have to agree with Commissioner Hill and Haas. It is an item that was in our budget. And I think it's, if we can buy locally, we should. And it looks like buying locally also, we can take delivery immediately on a unit. So did we have any additional comments or suggestions? Motion?
The only other comment I had, Ron, you were asking about, whether we were going to keep the blades and stuff. I have several of them and they're not interchangeable.
Yeah.
They have special plates on them and everything per unit. So
yeah,
that's why they're doing it. Doing and different stuff.
I just didn't see where it was included in here.
Yeah, it is.
I missed it.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Hill. I understand that the vehicle that you're looking at trading in is probably worth some money, but I would question the value to the county would probably be greater to keep it as a backup because, you know, that new machine can fail just as much as the old one. So pretty cheap insurance to have that old one in our back pocket to use as a backup or as a secondary unit if we do get another 25-inch month, which I'm hoping for. Very well could happen in January, you know, and February and March.
Yeah.
So I question that the value of getting much for a trade-in would be pretty low. I think it'd be better interest of the county to keep it.
Yeah, that's my goal, just to keep it until we is repairing it. And
Yeah.
the thing is, having a new one, we gonna depend on the new equipment.
Yeah.
So if
It
the old
could-
one
it could
it's
fail just as
yeah.
quick as anything else.
Yes.
You know, I guess the thing is that I'm going to leave I think we should leave the discretion to you. You're going to know when the liability hanging onto that piece of equipment is greater than than the sale value of it. So I think that's important. But, with that, I think we've fleshed this out. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. If I can figure this out. I would make a motion that we purchase a 2022 Can-Am 450 ATV with the additional accessories of a winch, plow, and a sprayer from Sonoma Cycle in the amount not to exceed $8,755.80 to maintain our county facilities, walkways, and sidewalks that are not maintained by any vendor during extreme conditions.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, we'll go to item B, which is to renew an agreement with Creative Construction and Landscaping or another snow removal vendor if proposal received by January 29, 2021 for snow removal services to Humboldt County parking lots for the next 2 years, and it is subject to review by the District Attorney's Office. With regard to that additional vendors, do we have additional vendors that have?
Right, we put that in there. We published a notification in the paper. I think it was the 22nd, December 22nd. And so we gave a week. They also made some phone calls, but we did not receive any additional proposals.
Commissioner Gaitan, I want to make comments. So Rebecca, she made a phone call to Honeywell, and the owner, Lauren, he indicated that he was not interested in putting in any quote proposal at this time. And also she get in contact with Nate Concrete Services. And then also as well, he said that he wasn't interested in to put any proposals at this time. And then other than that, she haven't heard back from anybody else. So
so we're with Creative Construction and is the one and only.
Yeah, Creative Construction. Yeah, that's the only quote I have so far. So.
And just for a point of clarification, though, there is a date until January 29th of 2022 where bids could come in. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. No, I thought you,
I said December 29th of 2021.
well,
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. It does say January 29th. Well, that's a misprint, but we could keep it open until then. This current contract does terminate, I believe, on the 13th of January, the current contract.
It says in here that
So we certainly don't
31st
have
of
that
December.
contract in force.
So, but the publication went out as December 29th, 2021. This is just a misprint here, my fault. So as far as I'm concerned, we're good to go. And plus we've talked personally with them. So we're not going to get anything, I don't think, between now and then. But if you want to keep it open, that's fine too. We can do that.
All right.
I just have a couple
I
comments.
think we need
if I
to
could.
close it. We have an open contract right now. We need to close that. We don't have a contract in force right now, right?
No, we do. We do until January
The
13th.
13.
Oh, 13.
Got on 5, I think 5 more days.
Okay.
No, 7
Well, we
more
could
days.
put our motion, we could craft the motion then to include additional vendors who make proposals prior to the 13th, correct?
That's up to DA. Again, the publication that went out said December 29th. So,
That's what I have here,
but again, you're right. The agenda item is different.
It's really however you all so choose to handle this. If you'd like to, we're required pursuant to NRS 332 to at least get quotes.
right.
It's not required to go out for bid. It was just a suggestion, a recommendation. If you all are ready to close it, you can. If you'd like to go through the bid process again and extend that longer, you can do that as well.
Yep, I don't see any percentage in that right now. They're not banging on the door looking for the work right now. I mean, you did your due diligence to try to get the contractors that had capabilities and interest in the past, and they've all indicated they are not interested at this point. And so I think it's important for us to just close it.
I have a statement or a comment, if I could, Chairman. This Commissioner Hill. First, I want to state that Creative Construction and Landscaping has done a great job. They do a great job. They service these lots. Awesome. He does a great job. A couple of the issues that I have with the way this is Stony Basin was offered to bid on it on 12/27, which is 2 days before it closed. I own Stony Basin, so it would be a conflict of interest for Commissioner Hill to bid on this. I did not respond. I will not bid on it, as I said, as a commissioner. However, in the best interest of the county, there should be more than 2 days' notice before this closes, before it goes out to any other eligible contractor. I think this contract should end in like August or September. That way a contractor can bid on it and prepare for the season, not mid-season like right now. Any contractor that's worth his weight in snow plowing is busy, and they're not going to take this contract. Again, not trying to take anything away from the current contract, but in the best interest of the county, it should probably turn over sometime midsummer so that it can be bid on fairly. The other issue I have with this is we weren't shown the contract as a commissioner. The contract's not in here. What contract am I approving? There's no contract attached to it. Why it's missing, I don't know. But I'd like to see the contract. I'd like to see what I'm approving.
We will need to bring the contract back before you to approve.
So those are the two issues. Like I said, I have no problem with the way it's being done. I think it's being handled very good. I just, in the best interest of the county, I think there's a few tweaks we could make to it to make it more transparent.
I
That's the only
actually had a note in the margin here having to do with that contract, not having been able to see that contract. And I'm wondering right now, if you brought it to my frontal lobe, your comment, and I'm wondering if this is something we need to bump to the next meeting and actually give us the opportunity to take a look at the contract, and secondly, leave it open for that period of time to the 13th so that if there is somebody else out there that may have an interest on it, as was pointed out by Commissioner Hill, we could service that. And because there may be, if you had a 2-day notification, there may be somebody else out there that's thinking the same thing. I'd like to make sure that we're fair with regard to that.
And the other part is there is a January 29th, 2021 date on our agenda that was obviously a misprint, but it's still in record that it's open till January 29th.
Yeah.
In my eyes.
Yeah. So what's your pleasure? You think we should table this right now and take a look at this again? Have a chance to regroup and take a look at this again at the next meeting?
I would, but I would also not like to leave the county open for no snow removal contract.
Yeah, we're good to the 13th.
We
though,
could,
right?
yeah. I
Yes.
want to make sure that we can still pay for the next storm when they come to service it, and that there's no stop in service, I guess, because of a contracting error.
Right.
I want to make sure that we're covered that way. And it sounds like we are till the 13th, and our next meeting is,
18th.
Next one's 18th.
Yeah.
However, with
Yeah.
that January 29th,
Yeah.
then we should just wait till February,
Yeah.
frankly.
and with that, like I said, I read through all this. I have no problem with approving it for 2 years. I would just like to see the end date in August or September.
Yeah.
That way it can be renewed,
I think
during
Dave's
the
getting-
off season and
It's a great comment and it's a great suggestion.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that Dave's going to pick up on in that contract when we write that contract for the
Yep.
next.
And no problem continuing with the current service that
Okay.
we're getting. And I think we're getting great service. It's just would be a little better setup, I think, to make
All
a
right.
few little changes.
Commissioner, I'd like to make a comment. We provide the contract to the county manager office, Michelle, and then also Wendy, she have that contract too. So we did provide that. I don't know why it's not an agenda, but we did provide that too. So it doesn't come from me. So
No harm, no
provi-
foul.
we
We just want to
provide
make
that.
sure. I actually had that as a commission, as a question myself, because I'm uncomfortable approving a contract I haven't had a chance to look at. So, okay?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions, and one thing that I'd like to see in it, and maybe it is in it, because we haven't seen it, is there a not to exceed amount in that contract?
yes, it is.
No, there's not. We have not historically put a not to exceed on this one, only because you have no idea what it's going to be, because one year you may not have any expenditures. For example, in 2020, it was $3,245. Currently, it's $3,780, but there's a pending, actually, I think it was on today's expenditure for $2,000. So it's over $5,000 at this point in time. So it's really, it just depends upon the weather. We can certainly put a not to exceed on there. But the only concern I have with that for such a small agreement is that if you, let's say we put 5,000 or 10,000, and let's say we have a big year, and then all of a sudden we're in the same position where we're going to go over the agreement, we got to bring it back. It just adds additional work that you have to do to watch it every moment. And again, if we're going to put it, let's put a larger amount so that we don't have to worry about missing a deadline or.
I just don't like contracts without open-ended contracts. I would like to see a not to exceed, let's say 10,000. It's up to that contractor when he gets to 5 to come and ask for additional, money. I don't see where we'd have to stop work that way.
I
think
agree.
5,000 would give them plenty of time.
I agree. This is Commissioner Hill. We should always have a not to exceed on any money we're using from the county. And I think it would be as simple as keeping track and asking for more. We're not gonna deny an essential service, I wouldn't think, but
But we know what's happening that way.
yeah.
The other question, and maybe Commissioner Hill can answer this. We heard earlier that the snow got piled up out here and then the county had to remove the piles. Is that normal, or should this contract say that it would be the contractor's job to not put the snow in the street, and if he does, to remove those piles?
So completely up to the contract. Contracts are written in several different ways. I have some myself, speaking from my experience, that I have to remove the snow at a cost, and I put that in there. There's a cost to remove it. Some try not to leave anything open-ended, but that brings up a good point. We probably should decide, what to do with that and who hauls it off. And
There's a cost to us too.
there's a cost to it. I mean, I don't expect any contractor to come do it for free or sneak it into their contract afterwards. Should be communicated out and agreed upon, at a fee if this contractor wants to remove it, or if the county could save us some bucks by removing it, but maybe he doesn't have the time either.
Yeah, we're lucky that we had a person available.
Well, Mr. Chair, just to clarify on that, so that snow that we had to remove was what we did. We moved snow from those angled parking lots out in front here on 5th Street. we just shoveled into one corner and piled it up there, and that's why the city was asking us to remove it, because it did hinder your ability to look to the right or the left, depending on which way you're going.
Normally, we don't have this issue. We get a snowstorm, it melts down, and then it hits us again.
Right.
Yeah.
And it melts down, and it hits us. This is a very unique
Yeah.
year where we're probably going to have to really think about that if it continues this way. What are we going to do with all the snow? And
Yeah.
Did they remove the piles that they put up, or is there just been enough room?
So we've got enough room, especially here, where we can move it and keep it. But again, on a big snow, you might have to do that. So I think it's a good point that we add a clause in there for additional snow removal. And we got lucky, as Don pointed out, that somebody was available, but might not be a bad idea to put something in there that says if it's if it's piled into a specific corner and that becomes too much, we do need to remove it. So.
Yeah.
usually the way it's, Commissioner Hill again, usually the way it's written is after you lose so much parking capacity, then we look at removing it. We probably have a lot of capacity in this parking lot for the courthouse, but these little annexes and stuff, they can fill up pretty fast. And those, when there's only 3 parking spots to begin with,
Yeah.
and we take 2 of them to pile snow, then
Yeah, it needs to come.
we,
We're going to have more parking availability too.
Yeah.
One way.
probably would be a
More
good
place to put snow.
idea to throw that in there, and
I think it'd be very good to line it out. I mean, we haven't had a major snow in a while, and it's all over town. It isn't just the county. I mean, people just put it out, and they covered up drains, they covered up a lot of different things throughout the city. And so if you had it lined out, this is the area to use, and like Commissioner Tipton was just saying, that we're going to have more room because of that house being gone, where we could put it in there, so it's not going to be a problem. Commissioner Hill brought up the point that he is a commissioner and can't bid on this, and he is in that business. I have a question on whether we have ties within our commission, or not the commission, but the management of Humboldt County with this contract. And I'd like to have that looked at to make sure that there is no conflict of interest.
Yeah. So just, Mr. Chair, to Commissioner Haas, we've looked at that in the past when they first proposed to be a part of that. And essentially what we've done with that is that Abel has stayed out of it, has nothing to do with it, doesn't write the contract, doesn't put out the bid. That comes through my office. So, I just don't think it's possible to eliminate every conflict that potentially could be out there, because it's a small town. And so you're going to have somebody who's related to somebody or has some relationship. But again, always happy to look at that if the DA has an opinion on that that's changed from several years ago. I'm always open to that, because obviously we don't have any desire to have any conflicts out there.
No, none whatsoever.
So, yeah.
I'd like to have that looked at again, if at all possible.
Yeah. I would just give that to Wendy to consider, and DA McDonald.
And with this, Commissioner Hilligan, and with my position, I don't know per se that it's illegal for me to bid on it. It's more of an ethical decision that I've made through council and myself to stay away from this kind of stuff. For the impression of impropriety, I guess, is, it's not something not some road I want to go down. So I've made that personal choice to stay away from this stuff. Another question that brought up is, we used to dump snow in the river, and I don't know if that's a county thing or a city thing, but maybe something to think about if contractors and county and city don't do it. Where do we dump snow?
That's a good question.
Where do we put snow?
You can bring it to my place.
Yeah. Where do we put it, Don? Do we bring it to your yard? Just something to probably keep in our mind if contractors or county or city needs to start stockpiling snow. We all don't have a bunch of land to.
So for Don Kalkowski, Humboldt County Public Works, utilizing the river as was done in years past would be a considerable no.
Okay.
That's going to come down right from NDEP. I don't think any of us want any
No.
issues relating to that. If it melts and goes into the gutter and then goes down in the river, that's one thing. But us piling snow into the river, between the river banks that's been treated with salt and sand, it's considered an illicit discharge and we could be held liable for anything there. As far as storage, we could probably locate some parcels that the county owns throughout the county that maybe we could stockpile this stuff at various locations, maybe some pits or whatever, but we don't really have anything close to town that I know of. There's the Commander Pit. That's a state pit.
Yeah.
We might be able to do something out there because there is a depression out there that maybe we could dump into, and then it would infiltrate from there. But other than that, that's something we'd have to investigate and find someplace.
Okay.
Chairman?
Yes.
Don, is there a reason why we couldn't use these lots where we tore the house down and where we're thinking of tearing another house down to put the snow until it melts and then any debris could be scooped up and hauled off?
I don't see that there would be an issue. We just got to make sure that we don't have considerable runoff and polluting the drains and such from that. You know, if we made some kind of depression where when it melted, it went and sunk into the ground, I think we'd be okay.
Yeah, I guess we don't have to overanalyze it, but it just would be nice to have a.
Yeah. Well, that might be something for us to have a conversation about when this comes back up again a little bit more in depth. I think we're kind of straying away a little bit from this item, but we've got a 10 o'clock public hearing here. We've got to get back to now, but I think for right now, let's agree. Do we all agree that we should probably table this item and then take a look at it again in late January? Same time, we could have DA's office take a look at the relationships between the contract proposal that's out there right now as per Commissioner Haas's request.
And I'm happy to look at it again, but that's why my recommendation would be that any employee that has any conflict of interest not be involved in anything in this process, contracting, opening bids. Right. In addition, that would be why my recommendation would be to send this out to bid as well as get quotes.
Right.
Other than that, I don't believe there's any issue.
Okay, so it's about what it was last time then.
And just so you're aware, I did get a copy of the contract and I sent to Rebecca a newer template that we're using for independent contracts that involve some changes that have evolved that we've talked about earlier with the not to exceed amount, the duty on the vendors, some other provisions within our independent contractor template that PullPack has recommended. So we would need to get that updated from whoever it is that this contract is going to be awarded to.
Okay.
So can I ask a question, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair? Wendy, so if the contract ends January 13th, can we still continue to use him till we get the new contract if we do get a bunch of snow?
If he's willing to, another option that was going through my head is we could also have a special meeting prior to the end of that contract and do a amendment to extend the date.
A special meeting, though, if we're gonna go by January 29th date, then it still leaves us with some time in there that, you know, we'd have to wait till after the 29th to have a special meeting, I would think.
Correct.
Can we?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm really confused about the 29th date because on the agenda it says 2021, and so in my mind that's saying, you know, when bids would be received until that end date, and so I think we need to get that clarified. Maybe do another bid.
Can we? This is Commissioner Hill. Can we just agree now to extend his contract to the next commissioner meeting and maybe make a phone call and say, hey, are you willing to service this until that date.
February
It's-
7th, or next meeting after this closes.
Well, we don't necessarily have an amended agreement before you would be the only issue that I would have. It's not agendized like that.
We didn't agendize this in an extension, so I don't think we can. I think
Commissioners,
our best option is if we get caught after the 13th, we have another set of series of storms and whatnot, we're going to have some sort of an emergency meeting, even if it's remote, so that we can do something with that contract extension.
And I would have trouble with it being an emergency because we're talking about it now. So I would suggest to you that if we want to cover January 13th, for 2 weeks or 3 weeks until we come back in February, then we just ask for a simple amendment prior to January 13th.
Today, we'd ask for that?
No, not today, but we could bring that back before you at a future meeting.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Chair, to Deputy DA. So the agenda reads to renew the agreement with Creative Construction. So that to me suggests you could just renew it for 2 weeks, 3 weeks until a new bid has been put out, or we wait until after January 29th, whatever the case may be. Would that be?
And then we could just agendize the item again at the end of the month, end of January.
I would just do it like February 7th, because that would be after the January 29th.
So we could do it till February 7th, and after that point, we could actually visit this contract again and then incorporate some of the suggestions that were made by Commissioner Hill having to do with the August, cycling the contract in August, correct?
You also don't have the agreement before you, though, is
I
the
would
other
like the
issue.
agreement too, yeah. I would-
True.
So we don't have quotes or prices or anything like that. And I don't know if the
It's in
contract,
place.
is it the same?
But the agreement's in place. So I'm just suggesting that for 3 weeks, you could renew it for 3 weeks. The
Yeah,
current one.
the agenda
not the
doesn't
new
give
one.
us doesn't contemplate anything in terms of the length of this today.
It says to extend it, and it suggests to extend it for 2 years, but I don't know why we can't extend the contract for 3 weeks or 1 month.
Certainly from an emergency perspective, we could certainly make that argument. So what's your pleasure?
I'd like to see.
I'd like
the
to see
contract.
extended.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I'd like to
Dave,
extend
could
it.
we have that done? Could you have somebody doing copies of the contract and give it to us before we leave the meeting today?
Sure.
Thank
You
you.
want the existing contract or the new
the
contract?
new contract.
If you've got both, I'd like to see both and see if there's any.
Did you
change.
say you just made some changes, Wendy?
I didn't make any changes. The agreement that was sent to me was in a PDF form to where I couldn't make any changes, I guess, from the vendor. And that template that he has is not the one that we're using any longer. There's some provisions that are missing from it essentially.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think we can definitely get you the current one. I think sending you the new one hasn't got any edits to
right.
it. So let's just do that.
Okay, so for today, we're going to table today. And with instructions that we're going to see the new contract. And in the case of Commissioner Haas, the old contract as well, prior to the next meeting. And then for today, are we going to extend, as per Commissioner Tipton, we're going to extend the contract for till
Present
the first meeting in February?
I would like to see that.
And make that
So
phone
we're
call?
not left with no coverage.
My recommendation to you would be that we have a special meeting with an amended agreement presented to you that's attached and given to everybody, but that's just my recommendation, so.
Okay, so you're thinking mid-January, we have a special,
I think
Remote.
prior to December 13th, just a really short, because that's the end of the term, just a prior, an amendment that comes before you would be the cleanest way to do it.
Now, let me clarify. Amendment of the current agreement just to get us?
Yes, just to extend the term.
Okay, sure. I'm sorry, I just think it's crazy, to be really honest with you. We have an agreement. It says to renew the agreement. You can do it for 3 weeks, and then we'll bring back the new agreement on February 7th. And if you want us to rebid it, that gives us time to rebid it. We can do all kinds of things. But again, I guess it doesn't matter. It's just all this additional work. And again, it's my fault. I'm sorry. the date was wrong on there, but I just think we overthink these things sometimes, guys. We make this way too difficult.
Well, we got the wrong date. I agree, as Commissioner Hill, but we weren't presented with a contract, whether that was by design or not. Normally, every other contract we're presented with, but why weren't we presented with this contract?
My fault. I take full responsibility. That's not the issue. What I'm saying is we've identified that as a problem. I take
So,
responsibility.
as a commissioner elected
just
to this
saying.
county, I can't agree on something I can't see.
Well,
But
I'm
I
not
think-
asking you to look at the new one. I'm just saying if you want to extend the current one for 3 weeks, which we seem to be fine with because we've worked off of it for a year, just for 3 weeks, and then we can bring a brand new one with all the amendments on it.
See, what's in front of us right now is that, well, I think we all agree that we all want to take a look at that new contract prior to us doing anything with it. At the same time, I think we want to make sure that anybody else left in the community that might have an opportunity or felt like they needed an opportunity to bid could do that, extending that, opening that up. But for today, what we could do is we could put a motion on the table, extend this current contract through the first meeting in February for right now, to close that gap right now, and then gives us that length of time we need in order to fill in all those gaps. The other choice we have, aside from that motion, would be to, as per what Wendy's conversation with us was, is that to have a special meeting and do the same thing. I tend to lean toward Manager Mediola on this. I believe that just extending this in order to try to be more transparent and make sure we're making the right choice with regard to the contract, I think I don't see that is not in the best interest of the public for sure. So, but I'm wide open. So the choice is, do we want a special meeting somewhere in the middle of January to take a look at this, or do we want to use the agenda language we have today and extend the meeting and actually take an action to extend the contract to the first meeting in February?
I'll make a motion.
I haven't seen a contract to,
I'm just talking,
whether we're going-
we're talking about extending the old contract. So.
I know, but I haven't even seen the old contract.
So you'd have a problem with the contract as it stands right now?
Yeah, I can't extend a contract that I don't know anything about,
Okay.
you know, and it's been very vague all the way through.
Okay, so you're interested in having a special meeting then?
Well, if that's the case.
Well, not with the
In
amendment.
order to get it to you in time to take an action on it.
You can get me that contract.
Pull it up.
You already said that. The
Yeah,
existing
but we
contract.
still won't be able to take an
You could
action
hold-
today.
You could hold this until the end of the meeting and see the contract.
Could we do that, Dave? Could we put a contract for Commissioner Haas, and then we'll move this item B until the end of the meeting?
Yeah, I
And
was
then
just going
maybe
to pull
take
it
an
up.
action, that way he could have a chance to take a look at the old contract.
Absolutely.
Would that be acceptable to you?
I'd like to see it, you know, I want a little time to look at it.
Yeah, we
And that's
can
all.
take a break.
Agree.
And,
I'm not trying to put any pressure on you. I'm
No,
just trying to make sure this
I can't
is.
do it without
I agree
seeing the
with you.
contract. It should have been in this agenda
I agree.
with any contract that we have, and it's always been there.
So
Here,
if, you-
so.
absent that, then you would be in favor of a special meeting after you had an opportunity to take a look at that old and the new?
We could get it done today. There's a good possibility of it.
All right, we're going to take a whack at trying to get it done today at the end of this meeting. And what we'll do is see if we can't get Michelle to get a copy of that contract to Commissioner Haas.
What
Okay?
about the other commissioners?
Yeah, we should get.
Well, I hadn't heard anything from, you guys would all like to see a copy of it. That'd be fine.
I'm assuming we've seen it.
I have
We've approved-
seen it.
We approved it, so.
Yeah,
yes,
I have seen that,
it,
the
yeah.
one we're operating under right now. But, you know, Commissioner or Hill may not have seen it, and we probably ought to get one to him too. so.
Yeah.
This Commissioner Hill, I have seen the old contract because it was in the minutes from last year. I've seen that contract. I have not seen the new contract.
Right, okay. So Commissioner Hill's okay with the old contract. So what we need then is Commissioner Haas needs.
Yeah, I'm printing them right now.
Okay. So for today, let's just go ahead and move this item, this last item. For item B, let's move it to the last item of the day. And hopefully can take care of this thing today. If not, then we'll go ahead and move toward a special meeting. And then for right now, we're at 10:18 right now. We need to move back to the 10 o'clock item, public hearing. Thank you. So, Enoch, thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be item 10. Public hearing acceptance of Sabin Drive, Stirrup Street, and Spur Street into the Humboldt County road system. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval for acceptance of dedicated roads into the county maintained road system pursuant to HCC 16.50.040 and NRS 403.180, and approval for chair to sign a resolution. Don?
Good morning, Don Kalkowski, Humboldt County Public Works. So I've been working with the developer on these roads for quite some time, just to get them up to standards. They've spent some considerable time and monies. Honeywell has been out there grading, adding materials to it. I don't have any issues. The occupancy of the properties is right around 70%, so they meet all the conditions for inclusion into our state maintained system. These cost-wise for the department, it's going to be fairly minimal just because we're already maintaining roads in this area. It'll actually be somewhat beneficial because now, like when we're doing our mag chloride or we're doing other programs, we can make a full loop and capture everything in that area. So it could be a little bit of a time savings for us. But I don't have any issues with this.
Okay.
Are there still streets left, Don, out there, or does this kind of finish it out?
I believe this from Kathy south, I believe this finishes it out and it's all ours.
It was close.
I believe. Don't quote me on that. So I'm almost positive.
So let's open this up to the board then. Comments on the proposal and the recommendation from Don?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So Don, are you saying that these roads would also require mag chloride?
Possibly. So when that, and I think I've gone over it before, but when we bring roads in and it's near some roads that we already do a dust control program on, we will send letters out to all the residents and ask them for their opinions on whether they want a dust control program or not, because it's you like it or you don't.
Yeah.
And we take majority rules.
I guess where I go with this is that, yes, there is a cost to the county by taking these roads over. If now we've got to mag chloride these roads as well, with no additional income, the county road program doesn't run on a tax. We have to find the funds other places to pay for this. So at some point, you're either going to have to bring more mag chloride in, or somebody that's getting mag chloride now won't get it because we only buy so much. So
exactly.
Thanks.
I don't know the area well enough, but it is a concern. I've seen in the last 6 months, we've taken over a few roads, and we hadn't done that for a long time, and now all of a sudden we're getting a bunch of roads that we're going to have to maintain. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the area. I guess it's needed.
Yeah, I agree. I think certainly that piece all the way from starting at Kathy South has kind of been a thorn for quite some time, and I think this would finish that off. As far as the revenue side of it, I think we've always struggled with that, even with keeping up with the ones that we already have. And, we took it on the chin for the 5-cent diesel tax that we imparted here. And I think the expectation is that we utilize that new revenue source for some things just exactly like that. That's just me talking.
How many residents are we talking about in this area?
I knew you were going to ask me because I came totally ill prepared. I think there was like 35 lots out there, I believe, and 70% of them were occupied.
I have a question if you have.
Go ahead.
Chair, Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Hill. So Don, when you mag a road, does that help you with maintenance?
Yes.
Very.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. If we mag a road, if it's in good shape when we mag it, typically we don't have to get back to maintaining that road, blading the road, watering it until the fall before winter again. Sometimes we'll throw a water truck on those, just like last year. It was so dry and the mag was starting to have a hard time because it was so dry. We'll throw water trucks out there just to throw some water to them and try and activate that magnesium chloride again.
Mm-hmm. So when we bring these roads in, a process is started by the residents. It kind of walk me through. A process is started. They have to bring it up to spec. There has to be so much road base available, and you go out and you inspect it and you say it's deemed to be county maintained worthy. Right. How come we don't just include that? If you want to bring your road into county specs, then you will get mag. Because, and I understand the controversy between some people like it, some people hate it. I just wonder why we don't, if we're going to take on that road and extend ourselves out to maintain these roads, why do we still offer the option for mag or not mag? Why don't we, and I don't want, probably a discussion for another day, but something to bring up. Hey, if you're going to be taken into the county program, mag's included.
Guess what?
We have to, we can't extend ourselves out to where we're hitting one road 8 times a year and one road 3 times a year because they don't want mag. I just think somewhere straight across the board, if we're going to take a road in, then it gets put on the program, I guess, or
right.
Am I making any sense or rambling?
Absolutely. And honestly, I'm not sure why it's the way it is. It's how it's been to get the property owners' opinions on whether they want, and then majority rules. That's, all the records I have from.
Just seems like a nightmare for your group to no mag. Oh, oops, I magged the wrong road. Well, dang it, you hit the wrong road today.
Oh,
I just think a little more symmetry, I guess.
Right.
With if it's in the program, then it is subject to mag as needed.
Right.
Or.
Right. I wouldn't want to make it, if we take it over, we're going to mag it, because if that was a cost savings, we'd be doing it to every road in the county. And so there's.
Well,
I think it's a cost savings.
And why aren't we doing it in every road in the county?
Probably for the same reason. Some people don't want it,
Can't afford it.
We got to keep our guys busy too.
And Mr. Chair.
That was just a question I had.
I just want to make one other comment. We do get a lot of times where we get people who hate mag and want nothing to do with it. And thus is the reason that we send out the survey to find out whether it's acceptable to the majority.
Yeah.
Because that way, then you have something to go back. If you get a bunch of complaints and they end up right here in this meeting room screaming at the commission, you can say, hey, we did a survey and it was accepted by the majority of your residents out there. So just kind of a little protection that we've asked everybody their opinion. So
It just seems it would be more streamlined if you were accepted into the program, then the program could include mag. So
I agree with, and I think I understand where you're going. Hey, it's accepted into the county program. It's now our road. We can do whatever we want with it.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want mag, but you know what? That's our program. We're doing it because you wanted the road in.
I think possibly the language could be as well, the maintenance of this road, now that we've got it into our system, could include
Right.
mag chloride, as Commissioner Hill was talking about. So I think people need to understand that if 51% of the people who depend on that road and have been surveyed want to see mag chloride, then we're going to have mag chloride on that road.
Right.
So, any
Mr. Chair?
additional comments?
Yes. Who is Rawhide Estates LLC? Is that Gary and
Yes. Tompkins.
Tompkins?
Yes.
They still have
Yes. Yes.
that. Is the alfalfa field below them theirs? Or are they just leasing that?
I am not sure.
I'm not either. And
Yeah.
that would further complicate that if they decided to develop that also.
Right.
Is the only reason I bring it up. So now if the upper roads, and I'm not sure of the names of them, I haven't looked up that area in a while, are fairly well housed already. So these are the lower roads on that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do we have like one house on a road to where we would have an option of not having to put mag chloride on the whole road, or?
Oh,
Not about that.
absolutely. If and we have that places throughout the county. Specifically out in Orovada, there's a few locations on certain roads that there's houses near the roads. We do not do the whole road. We do like a quarter mile, half a mile stretch through that property owner's area, I guess, by that property owner, just to limit the dust around that property. So yeah, that's not the case in this, Commissioner Haas, but yes, we do that.
Gina, could I ask you a question since you're here? Okay, there's been a question come up on cost on the roads, mag chloride versus no mag chloride maintenance. If we put in mag chloride in front of a structure, does that make the structure, the house, whatever, of more of a value? And I'm sorry to have to ask you, because you don't do that, the assessor does.
Thank you for the question. Yes, you're correct. And I believe Rona Luckenberry is on the call. That's her former time in that office. But no, I do not believe that would have any bearings on the value of a home structure that we would use for tax purposes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional comments, concerns from the commission?
Yeah. My comments would be, I think that, I think the comments that we've heard from the rest of the board members here all have value and we need to explore them. But for this, they've gone through the steps and gone through the hoops that they're expected to do to bring a county road into the system. And I don't think now is the time to be tacking extra items onto it. They've done what they were supposed to do to get here.
There's significant money expended to try to make that, to bring them up to county standards as well. And I think we should recognize that for sure. And I think I've taken most of the comments I've heard here today as something that we probably will flesh out at a later date in more detail, in terms of policy, certainly the mag chloride side of it. With that, I think I've heard from the commission. Is there anybody on the call or in the public that would like to comment on this item?
I see no hands raised or anything.
Okay. Not hearing anything from the public. We're back to the board. Anything additional with the board? Not hearing anything. We need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to approve for acceptance the dedicated roads into the county maintained road system. Sabin Drive, Spur Street, and Stirp Street, pursuant to Humboldt County Code 16.50.040 and NRS 403.180. And approval for the chair to sign
resolution. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Don. Thanks for sticking with us.
Absolutely.
All right. Where am I at? We're going to move item C, though, is going to the end of the meeting. 14.
16.
So it should be 16, I believe.
Human services.
Okay. 15, staff support. 16, okay, that'd be the human services item. Item 16, human services job descriptions and salary ranges for approval. This is an extension from one of the items we had on the agenda previously. And we'll start with item A, 2 new job descriptions for the new position of Human Services Director and Deputy Public Guardian. The Human Services Director will assume the non-legal duties of the public guardianship and public administrator and be responsible for ensuring that Humboldt County meets its health and welfare and community responsibilities as set forth by Nevada revised statutes and county ordinances. The Deputy Public Guardian will perform duties and responsibilities specifically related to public guardianship.
Mr. Chair. Hi, Abel Darrell, now Assistant County Manager, Human Resources Director, for purposes of the record. I just want to start off topic briefly and state for the record that I have had no involvement in any exchanges and communications regarding the snow agreement for creative construction and landscaping. Okay. So I would just want to clear that. This item, we've discussed this, some of you, Commissioner Tipton, French, and Cherry, you're familiar with this topic. Our new commissioners, we've been discussing this for several years now, centralizing our human services or social services related work that is fragmented around the county into a single department. And currently, the clerk's office is responsible for the social services aspect of Humboldt County, with some of that work also being performed by the 6th Judicial District Court and also the District Attorney's Office with respect to public guardianship. The District Attorney is the ex officio public guardian, public administrator for the county. So those social services aspects and those synergies are really decentralized right now. Our focus was to bring that together in-house into one central location to better provide services to the community and the residents of Humboldt County. And so based on that, we started, like I mentioned, work probably in late 2018, mid-2018. We held initial meetings with the District Attorney's Office, 6th Judicial District Court, our office, and the Clerk's Office, and Nikki Lynn, the Human Services Coordinator, to discuss, well, what should this look like? How can we best provide these services to the residents of Humboldt County? And how do we also relieve the District Attorney's Office of the public guardianship responsibilities that have nothing to do with the legal aspect of it? Because right now, it's my understanding that the staff have to sometimes run and perform errands for the wards. You know, they have to take them to doctor's appointments, whether they're here or in Reno, pick up prescriptions. And so sometimes that falls on some of the attorneys whose time is better spent, you know, prosecuting cases and really focusing on that work that they specialize in. And so based on that, on those conversations, we modeled our, on this draft proposal, Churchill County. So our sister county, I think they do a really great job. Their human services director is also responsible for the public guardianship aspect, the non-legal work. And they have a really robust department where they've got, I think, 5 or 7 staff members, with the majority of them being grant funded, with the understanding, of course, that those positions can go away at any time, but they're able to offer services to their residents and have really been a model for the rural areas. And I recall, I don't know if any of you joined that NACO presentation that they gave this last NACO conference, but it was, they have a really enviable program. And, you know, perhaps maybe one day we can graduate towards that, but I think right now, just relieving the district attorney's office of some of that work, and also prepping for, or helping the clerk's office, getting rid of that function and centralizing it with someone that would be able to dedicate themselves to it, a department, would be really helpful, especially with midterm elections coming up. You know, Nikki Lynn's been here for a few years. She had the opportunity, I believe, to train with the outgoing person before. And now my concern also, I believe, the clerks, is that, you know, you're going to have a new person and they're going to fall back on Tammy, which Tammy's great, and you can ask her anything about the county and she'll tell you, give you the history. But I think human services and social services is a different animal. And so I welcome feedback from the DA or clerk with respect to the formation of this.
So Director Del Rio Nava is correct in that the duties of, we call it social services. Our new term for Nikki is the Human Services Coordinator, but by our code and statute, it is still known as Indigent Transient Services, which really simplifies what the position is compared to what it is now. We're very, very much past the point of handing out sack lunches, filling a gas voucher, and sending people on their way. The amount of work that Nikki does, literally Nikki is on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I do not believe since Nikki has been in her position that she has been out of communication with her office duties for more than a week. And she's been here now, how many years, Dave? 5, 4?
5 or 6, I believe.
It's just gotten to the point where for someone, what we used to do under the prior would be the people that she assists would come into the courthouse, into the clerk's office. We would process applications and such for them. That has just become, it is not secure for our office to be doing that in that way. We do not have the knowledge given some of the new requirements with the services we offer and such. So again, as time has went on, Nikki has become more and more a single position who literally is on call 24 hours a day. This proposal, which has truly probably been being reviewed closer to 15 years, it's just been sporadic depending on the status of the county, which of course we're all always concerned about. Statutory requirements, as Commissioner French knows, or now Chairman French knows. Watching what the state does is a huge part of this position. Maintaining what's happening with our Medicare patients, our long-term care patients, the funding and how it's being directed and where it's being directed. There are a lot of plates in the air on this position currently. And so as Abel referenced, we began looking really seriously at it in late 2018, mid 2018, working with the courts and the DA's office to come up with the concept of a department that could take on enough duties to remove duties from other offices to make it self-sufficient and to make the financial impact less burdensome, because those duties are gaining. So it's not just a minor amount of work that this person's doing. So I'm obviously open to any questions that you may have, since I probably have the most history with this aspect of it. The Deputy DA Maddox and District Attorney McDonald would be the ones to address more with the guardianship aspects, though I am aware that those have grown. They've grown by great leaps and bounds since I've been in the clerk's office. And what is interesting is the actual meshing of the two duties. A lot of the people that are in the guardianship have also got aspects that lie with human services because of long-term care placement and such. So there you go.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners, Madam Clerk. Mike McDonald, Humboldt County DA. For some of you, this is a continuing or ongoing discussion, and we've I think most recently had this discussion at our budget and definitely at the retreat the last year. And this is brought to you primarily because of Nikki's impending retirement. And so what does that mean for the clerk's office? Does this board want the clerk's office to hire somebody in her office to continue with these duties that she believes, and I have agreed with, have really outgrown the efficiencies that may have existed years ago for the clerk to provide the indigent services for Humboldt County. As you recall, the discussion as it related to the public guardian, public administrator was very similar in that I have indicated that the work continues to grow. We have never, since the public administrator, public guardian was changed and that office was eliminated and became part of the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office has been just operating under the district attorney's office budget. Initially that was not a problem because it was occasional work. If someone passed away, we'd have to go and gather up assets or do some work, or if somebody becomes incapacitated, needs assistance, a public guardian, members of the district attorney's office would go and remove their property from their home or apartment or whatnot, or assist them in locating some different housing, sometimes in form of assisted living home, and then the district attorney's office would monitor and provide the periodic reports to the courts. However, that function is no longer efficient for the district attorney's office, and in fact, as the clerk pointed out, in a similar fashion, it has at times developed some conflicts. Conflicts not only within our office, in that the public guardian and the lawyer or lawyers representing the public guardian are one and the same. And so we've had situations where we've had to fill in for Sister County specifically. I think I mentioned last year, Pershing County, we've provided some review of law enforcement reports concerning potential criminal activity of wards in Pershing County when their attorney, district attorney, who was acting as the guardian, could not review because of conflict. You know, you're responsible for the day-to-day functions of that individual, but at the same time, you're asked to try and consider whether that person should be prosecuted. Well, we have that internal conflict. In addition, there have been instances where we have felt that a potential ward of a guardianship or protected person of a guardianship is not a Humboldt County citizen, and that we should not be incurring the expense. And we've fought in court indicating that this individual does not qualify for the services of the public guardian and the Humboldt County District Attorney's Office. However, the same person had been receiving for an extended period of time assistance by the indigent services. So we are fighting ourselves in some of those situations, and quite honestly, we have to disclose that to the court and say, yeah, but on the one hand, we're feeling that it's appropriate to assist this individual for this limited purpose, or we believe that they're a county citizen, but yet from the public guardian standpoint, we're saying, oh, by golly, no, they just happen to fall off the train here, decided it's a wonderful place to live and or stay for a period of time. They've been here a month. They are not a Humboldt County resident. So those conflicts do come up. As you recall, the discussions last year at the budget, when we were making our push again for your consideration regarding this combined human service office, the backup or alternative request that I made on behalf of the DA's office was to allow us to hire an administrative clerk to possibly assist us with some of the day-to-day work in the interim. And that was approved. We did not attempt to fill that position until after July 1. We first were filling we actually requested that we had the legal secretary position that had been vacant for some time, as well as the admin clerk. Advertisement was made for the legal secretary position, and that position was ultimately filled. Advertisement was not conducted for the administrative clerk. And by the time that we received, or at the time that we received notice from Miss Nikki in October that she was retiring in March, discussions that I had with Dave and Abel were, okay, where do we go? What is the commission's appetite as far as filling Nikki's position within Tammy's or the clerk's office? What are our thoughts about the DA's office filling an admin clerk position that we indicated would move into human services if once that's created. However, when you look at the duties of an admin clerk that we would potentially be hiring somebody with, and compare that to a possible deputy guardian job description here, there may be some difficulty in reconciling. So ultimately our discussion and my thought, but our discussion being Mr. Mendiola and Abel, was it did not make sense to hire an admin clerk that will go to a human services department potentially, and there may not be a decent reconciliation between those job descriptions. So that is why we are coming here before you at this point in time to ask for your guidance in how to deal with these conflicts and how you would first like to address the vacancy that's going to appear in the clerk's office as it relates to indigent services.
Commissioners, do you have any thoughts on this at all? I know this is not the first time we've heard it, and it's been here a number of times.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola for the record. So one of the things that I want to be clear about too is I reached out to Nikki right after she announced in October that she was going to retire. And I asked her for a desk reference, if you will. In other words, what do you do every day? What's some of the normal job descriptions? What are the kind of things that we're going to have to replace? And after she finished laughing at me, she did come back with a document that essentially was a number of scenarios, which I will share with you before the retreat, because this will be on the retreat agenda again. That's why you don't need to solve all the problems today. The only thing before you today is 2 job descriptions and their salary specifications. But in that, she identified some very specific cases that came before her where, you know, people have nowhere to go. In some cases, people who lived here and a family's broken up for one reason or another, a divorce or something, or domestic violence, those kinds of things. And that individual has nowhere to go. And sometimes it was with children, other times not. But finding them housing both for a few days and then long-term, getting them meal vouchers, it runs the gamut. And many times, Nikki reports to me, and I know it to be true because she's called me in the middle of the night, that she literally gets in her truck and she goes and buys stuff for people, clothing, that out of her pocket just to make sure they're okay for the night or a day just to get them by. So this is a very intriguing department that we're suggesting we start. And getting the right person will be very important because, again, it's not just I come to work at 8 and I check out at 5. It requires a tremendous amount of attention to the wards, to their needs on a weekly basis, daily basis, but also to these individuals that show up out of nowhere and have tremendous needs. And in many cases, they are our residents. In other cases, they're not. They're transients coming through and have gotten stranded on the highway or by rail or whatever the case may be. So I think I just want to comment that we've had a lot of discussions since I've been here for 7 years about this. And what I would suggest is that there's no perfect answer to it in the form of a job description. I think we have to start somewhere. And then we already have talked a lot with Churchill County as to how they deal with these situations. And out of that came the job descriptions that are in front of you. And I think we're going to have to modify those as time goes on in terms of the job descriptions, because it's easy to say, well, we're just like Churchill. We might be, but I'm not sure we always are, because there's always differences. There's always something that's a one-off, if you will. So anyway, that's the only comment I want to make, is this is a real challenging opportunity for us. I think as a commission, I think, in my opinion, by going forward with this, it's going to be a pretty exciting time on one hand to have a departments that aren't reliant within the clerk's office, that has very specialized skills, but not necessarily this. Same for the DA's office, and the same for district court, where they all kind of work together along with Frontier Community Coalition, and we use a lot of the different organizations to work together to help these people. But this is an opportunity for us to sort of set the stage to move forward, and it's not going to be perfect. We're going to have to make some changes as we go. That's my comments.
Go ahead.
Chair. My memory may not be correct here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the public guardian used to be a elected position.
Yep.
That's correct. It was I think technically it was the public administrator position. Some counties it's separate. Historically, in Humboldt County, we had an elected, I believe it was elected a public administrator, and by county ordinance, the public administrator is the ex officio public guardian. So then, I'm guessing, and I don't have that date right in front of me, but it was in the early 2000s, and I know I gave the date last spring, and I can get that information to you. There became a vacancy in that elected position of public administrator. It had been an elected position like sheriff or DA or clerk or anybody else, or commissioner for that matter, for forever. But a vacancy occurred, and there was, I think, no interest in anybody filling that position. The DA's office was providing the legal representation of the public administrator and public guardian at the time. Not all of the work, but some of the work, because I do know the public administrator used outside counsel in the past, specifically in the form of my father, for some of the bigger cases as well. But then the law was changed because the Humboldt County DA's office was handling the public administrator work. The law, as it relates to the statute on public administrator, was amended so that we are similar to many of the smaller counties where it says the DA is now the public administrator. So that occurred 12, 14, 15 years ago. I just can't, I know it was sometime between 2003 and 2010 for sure. Well, when I was not working or associated with the Humboldt County DA's office.
Okay, and I guess I'm all for this. I understand the reason for it. I'm just trying to figure out how to pay for it, you know?
So I ran some numbers, Commissioner Terry, anticipating that question, and Commissioner Haas's preference to have that broken out. So if you look at my staff report, I broke down the salary recommendations, and I also I did this earlier, compared it against current wages for the incumbent and for the position that the district attorney was approved for the admin clerk 1. So the total compensation for Ms. Lynn, this is public record, including PERS and any other county expenses like employer paid Medicare, workers' comp, is $87,106.04. So if you subtract that from the approximate total of the human services director, that would only be an increase of about $34,542.56 to the county.
So that'd be above what we're paying Nikki at this point.
Above, at this point.
34,000, huh?
About 34 or 5 and change. And then also for the deputy public guardian position, this would be, again, the district attorney's office, if I'm correct, was approved for an admin clerk 1 position at the budget, which hasn't been filled yet, so there's some savings in that respect. But the difference in those would be just a slight increase of $8,050.44 to fill it with the deputy public guardian. And that's assuming that we hired at the beginning of the fiscal year. So obviously there's some savings.
So we would not hire a DA district or a DA administrative clerk. That position would now become.
If at this point in time, that position that you approve I had dedicated that to assist with purely the public administrator, public guardian work. I cannot say that in the future we won't be coming to ask for a legal secretary or another deputy DA or something like that. But this position that was authorized to fill, I indicated would leave the DA's office and would be added to the human services or whatever department this board designated once that ever occurred.
Okay. We're looking at basically with the position that we approved that wasn't filled, and over and above what Nikki presently makes.
That's correct.
Approximately $43,000 above what we budgeted already.
That's correct. And Commissioner French, you probably know more about this than I would, but maybe depending on some of the responsibilities taken at the time by the Human Services Director, could any of that be reimbursed by the IAF funds?
Well, almost all of it was initially, you know, and that was the idea behind it, was that we completely shifted the formula, you know, as far as reimbursement back to the counties, especially the rural counties, through that fund. And those policies, that wasn't a one-time thing. Those policies were changed. It took us 2 years to do that. And as chair of that board, that was my intent, was to move it toward a reimbursement back to the counties to cover many of the things that Human Services was doing at the time. And by incorporating the guardian administrator component to this job, it opens the door for us to be able to try to fund that as well through that funding source. That's money we pay into it anyhow. I mean, that's ad valorem property tax money that's collected anyhow. And that money was going back through the mainly to the hospital, Nevada Hospital Association. There was 3 major hospitals in the state that was taking most of that funding. That funding now is going, and with Obamacare, and primarily, it'll open the door for us to reassess how that money was being distributed, and we close that gap with, and that money now comes back to the counties on an annual. In fact, we're going to have starting with the position that Nikki is currently filling right now, and later with this position, now that we're incorporating the guardian administrator's position in that, we will be putting the money that is collected in Humboldt County right back toward that, that position, which was significantly more than that amount.
Where's that money now? Is it just sitting on the table? We're not using it, or are we getting?
We're getting it back.
We're getting it.
Yeah, last 2 years we've been getting that money. A check has been coming out of NACO back to the county as a result.
Okay.
And there's also, thank you, Commissioner French, there's also the opioid lawsuit and any award that may possibly come towards Humboldt County that could also be administered by this individual.
Yeah, could be used as a stipend. Yeah.
That's correct.
At any rate, I was just saying, it's not like a grant situation that, I know there was some confusion along that line at first. It was some sort of a grant that we pulled off under the IAF board, but what we actually were able to do was to shift that formula and change exactly how we calculate reimbursement back to the rural counties. And that money now is it's an annual, we have an annual meeting that actually we take in those revenues, we take a look at what is available, and we allocate it back to the counties, and not parts of it. We're allocating all of it that we're paying into it back to us for that. So, and that was exactly what it was designed to do for this position.
Thank you.
And this would be a new department under the county administrator.
Correct.
Yes, the position would be appointed, so appointed by the board, serving as a pleasure, like other appointed positions. And then the deputy public guardian, that's a non-exempt from overtime position, so an hourly position.
And who would hire that person?
The human services director, or if we recruited for both, we could hire both. We could hire the human services director first and then have them be part of that recruitment, because they maybe give them the opportunity to pick who they want to work with, who works for the department. So that would be their subordinate.
The conversation we had as on the IAF board when we were actually debating what we were going to do with that money had to do with the need side of it. And we had a lot of the rural counties were sitting at the table actually saying, and they're having the same conversation that we're having right now in terms of nobody wants to expand, nobody wants to get bigger. But the truth is that the from a social perspective, it's evolved to the point in the rural communities that we have responsibilities that we never saw coming, and at least I didn't see coming. And it's not just a little bit now. It's actually almost exponential in many of the rural counties. So it was an opportunity for us to try to close that gap right away, and I think that's essentially what this is about, trying to put a modest program together that we can actually put it in one location and actually administer it out of the county manager's office, and as opposed to having it bounced all over the county. Because before, if you remember, we had the public guardian or administrator was in a little office right in the basement of this courthouse, and that was an elected position, and you rarely saw that person. And you had, except when people complained about how they performed or didn't perform in that job. And so that was, and I think one of the reasons the district attorney actually grabbed a hold of this thing and hung onto it is because get some continuity into the program. And that's what the idea behind this is.
So Dave, does the IFA money go into the general fund?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was going to ask. I don't think it does. It's a specific fund, right? Indigent, right.
But this position would have to be paid out of the general fund? No? Okay.
Comptroller Gina Rackley, for purposes of the record. No, we could go ahead and continue to pay this person out of the indigent funds, since that's where that money is going to. The core job description still meets the function of the NRS for the indigent services.
Okay. So there would be little impact on the general fund by creating this, both of these positions, or?
That's correct, and I believe we can put the public defender into the indigent fund as well, since, or public guardian, I'm sorry, because that would be the primary job function.
Yeah, and I believe the way that Director Del Rio Nava has designed this, that person will be the secondary person to our human services person. So duties will be, there will be duties that fall within both categories. So I think and again, because there is so much cross between the public guardian candidate clients and the current programs guard, it kind of intersperses anyway at this point.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I add something while I'm here? Kind of on topic. You know, I'm going to be one of the biggest people against growing government, as you know, we all have seen. But I do agree with County Clerk Sparrow's comments, and as well as DA McDonald's, where we're seeing in the indigent services things changing. We're seeing things more involve mental health, where we never really saw that before. It did used to be a lunch or a bus ticket. And so what Churchill County has done is phenomenal. And if we can get the right person in here for this job, I don't oppose this salary if they're doing like Churchill County does. For example, if they see a repeated homeless person that they're helping, they take a look and say, what's going on with this person? Did they not get their high school diploma? So then they follow through with that person and help them get their GED. So then they're employable. Like, it's a program. It's not just a rubber stamp fixing the problems as they show up. And if we get the right person that's doing those same things, then there's cost savings further down the road because we're having lower recidivism. That's a hard word to say, in that area. So I think as long as our recruiting is done right and we get the right person in there, I don't oppose that position. But if we just have somebody in there just shoveling people through the process, then that's not gaining anything. And I just wanted to add that while I was here.
I appreciate that, and I think a lot of us share that, you know, that goal. You know, the idea behind this is to make it more efficient and provide the services in a timely manner when they're necessary, and just taking the effort to actually recognize how this whole this external pressure has come down on the rural portions of the state, not the urban as well, but now it used to be the rural portions of Nevada were kind of exempted from, you know, these kinds of challenges. And that doesn't seem to be the case any longer. This is all changing, and it's changed since I've been a commissioner on this board. And that was the main reason we sat down and actually it took a lot of time, and the Nevada Hospital Association was not happy with us when we changed this formulation, because we recognized that there needed to be a long-term funding source that we actually paid into that was going to be, we could draw from. And correct me if I'm wrong, but what we provided from that fund back to the county far exceeded the amounts that we're talking about right here. So we're actually, you know, as far as the net hit to the county's budget and whatnot, I don't see it, and I don't see a reduction coming at us. I was really surprised the governor reappointed me to the chair on that board, because there was some squawking that went along with that, because there was a real shift in that money where it was going historically. But I think they recognized, and I just have to guess, I think they recognized that it was timely for us to change the way that worked. So anyway, I'm in favor of it. I think this is just a small baby step heading in the right direction for to try to look like what Churchill County is doing down the road, because I think as we grow and as this community gets bigger and excuse me, more diverse, it's going to be it's going to become more and more important for us to be able to be nimble enough to actually deal with that. Because the days of having boxes of canned goods sitting next to the, and passing out food vouchers and gas vouchers and whatnot, we're long past that.
Well, I feel a lot more comfortable with it now, understanding that there isn't going to be another bite taken out of the general fund to create this new department and these positions. That it's been well thought out of, the funding is there.
Yeah.
We're just going to use it a little lot more wisely, I guess. Hopefully.
Yeah, try to centralize it so that we can get more efficient, get that efficiency, and take the burden off of the DA's back with regard to that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Madam Comptroller brought up a good point that wasn't brought up, and Judge Montero played a significant role in some of these prior discussions as well. You know, when we're talking about the folks who are homeless, or what is the real problem that some of these folks are dealing with, and we're getting them in court on a regular basis. You know, this falls into a lot of the work that Denny Bird with pretrial services, as well as some of the other folks in the specialty court programs of Judge Montero. And so we were trying to centralize that work as well and give a location where, you know, all these similarly related questions, we can say the office is here, and that's where you need to go. And there's people there to help.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Haas. In front of me, $200,000. Okay. Abel, since you did this, can you tell me how, what, where, and when? You know, I mean, we're looking at $200,000 here. How much was Nikki Lynn's? I don't believe I saw that in here.
I wrote it down here. So would you like me to break it down for you, item by item? Or would you like the total?
I mean, we're going to lose Nikki Lynn, and that money will be available if
That's
we
correct.
put somebody back in that position. Okay? If we were just going to do her position. So we've got that money available. What's this going to cost us? And how much above what you showed here is it going to cost us?
Sure.
For stuff. Now, listen a minute.
Go ahead.
I mean, I can see the everything you've done here. I didn't get Nikki Lynn's subtraction from that. But Gina, I'd like to also ask a question of you. Will there be more money in this besides just the salaries? And how much money do we have coming into the fund that you're talking about?
Well, we were, I'll answer your question initially because I know the first 2 years. The first year was just shy of, it was what, $360,000?
Correct, it was a little over.
Commissioner, can you move up to the mic there?
Was 360, and I believe last year was about 20% above that, correct?
No, last year I want to say it was just 88,000 because it varies every year depending on what's available in the end in the IAF funds at the end.
It basically equals the ad valorem that the county collects. The ad valorem tax having to do with indigenous IAF ad valorem tax that we collect. Before that money used to go through the IAF board to indigent care in about 3 hospitals.
I understand that. but
Okay, so
you're
now
hitting-
it's come back. So
You're
now-
hitting on what I'm getting to here.
Yeah.
360,000 one year, 80,000 another year, okay? We're looking at least 200,000 in just salaries alone here. I don't, you know, is the fund guaranteeing us, as far as the commission is concerned, that it's going to cover all of this that we're wanting to do and not have to supplement it from any other things?
Commissioner Haas, very good question. There's ad valorem taxes that are collected on the property taxes that go into these funds as well. And so we have the indigent fund and we also have indigent medical. So there are 2 separate funds, both receive ad valorem. And then we collect the full amount and then a portion of that amount we retain and a portion of it is then sent on to the state. And then that's where Commissioner French has mentioned that sitting on that committee, they've worked very hard to get that money directed back to the counties where the money came from. So like the first year, I think, which is the reason why we got so much more, is there wasn't hardly any other county that even applied. There's a process to go through, and Nikki Lynn just stepped right up, and it's a major application, but to apply for those funds and to get that money returned to us. So that's going to be very important that that work continues as well. But depending on how much has been paid into the fund, how many expenses were paid, that'll determine how much is available. And then based upon the counties that do the work and make the application would to get that back. And so that would then supplement our portion of the ad valorem taxes that we've retained.
And if that changes due to changes in the state government, could that change?
Absolutely, it could change. I think you know the answer to that question. Absolutely, that could change.
I guess I would follow up your question though, is that, one of the things one of the conclusions we came to when we were sitting on that board and we were trying to recalculate this, was the notion that it's no longer optional. The services, this isn't something that we have an option now. These services are coming at us. There's legal requirements as well as costs to the county that are outside of this that we're gonna shoulder one way or the other. And the mental health services that you just talked about, my goodness, there was a whole and I'm just drawing a blank on them. There's a whole bunch of services that were legally mandated that we're going to have to, that the rural counties are going to have to pick up regardless. And this was an attempt to consolidate the funding that we could get it back into it and then try to put it in one location to where we could actually do a better job of actually metering out those services. And then at the same time, we recognized in your district attorney's comments to us having to do with the workload with the guardianship it seemed like it was a great opportunity for us to put those together so that we could get it off of his back and get it into a single office.
Mr. Chair, I have been very aware of this for years, okay, of what they're doing and stuff. I don't have a problem with doing something like this as long as we can do it.
Sure.
I don't want to be $8 million over next year in our budget just because we think that we need to do these things. But if we have money coming in and, I know how bad, or not bad, but how overloaded everybody is. We've got the clerk's office, we've got you guys, we've got the DA's office, and to consolidate it would be great as long as we don't have to come up with a big chunk of money. So
I would think it would be really a net gain for the county when you take Nikki Lynn's position and the position that was approved for Mike's office. You're just about a swap there, and then with this situation, we get the IAF funds coming in, so it's actually going to be a savings of most years. There could be some years that maybe we don't get as many dollars as we think. One question I have on this, and I guess I apologize for not doing it myself and reaching out earlier before the meeting, but someone probably knows that you have in here that Churchill County is doing this, and you've worked with them to get some of this information. Are they happy with what they're doing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're a model. They truly are. Churchill County is a model for all of us to try to strive to work for and what they're doing. But it's taking people. That's probably my biggest concern, is hopefully we can just do it with these two people. Because when you do look at Churchill County, and I think Abel mentioned they have 5 employees under.
5 or 7. They have a pretty good sized department, and
Yeah.
they're grant funded with the understanding that they know the funding runs out, that their job's not totally secure, but they're able to offer, again, those additional services and catch those repeating offenders, help them get their driver's license, help them get their GED, like Gina mentioned, help them into housing if they're veterans, helping them, get with the VA and getting those benefits they need in order to get them stabilized. So that they have a really robust program. And I mentioned, they were at NACO, they presented, they were the main presenter for the social services functions for rural areas. And it was very impressive.
And if I can comment too, just as you've been concerned about the situation with 95 Orvada schools and such with the lithium project, one of the things that, since I've been here, one of the things that this program has seen is people coming into the community that say, oh, we heard there's always jobs here. You can get on at these mines and make lots of money. Well, then they're stuck here. They have nothing. I'm sure we have a number of conclaves up in Water Canyon and in those canyons where people are residing because there are no homes or anything here as well. I would see that there will be an influx to this program once that lithium project really kicks off, because people are going to think they can come here and find a job and find a home. True. Hopefully those will be positions where whoever's in the position will work with those people to get them out of here and get them to where they need to be, whether it be back to where they lived previously or whatever. But I do see that this program is going to continue to grow with the growth in the community.
Anything else?
This Commissioner Hill, I've heard everything. I think my concern too is if we grow this department and add all the extra expenses to the indigent fund, does that leave us enough to provide a good indigent service? Are we going to be robbing it too thin? I think we've covered a lot of that and we've talked a lot about it. I just
Basically,
one of my concerns is growing a little too fast for it. That's the thing that's weighing on my mind.
That's a great question. And basically what we targeted into that indigent side of it was the money that had historically been peeled off for the big hospitals. And we just felt that it wasn't coming back to the rural communities where it was being generated. And that was the calculation that we changed. So as far as the other services go, we're still fully funded. We didn't jump into the middle of the long-term care funding or anything along that line. We're still squared away there. We basically targeted those dollars that we felt were going to the fat guys, and two of them in Clark County and one of them in Washoe County. So I'm sure they're not happy to hear that, but that's exactly where it came from. And it's not, that funding has, that formula, it will continue to evolve as the law evolves. And we're actually going to have a large meeting having to do with that in February again. And I've been reappointed to the chair of that, and I guarantee you we'll bring that money back here to where it's generated. So.
And Commissioner, to address, and I believe Comptroller Rackley can follow this up, I believe currently we have a very healthy fund and ending fund balance in both of the indigent funds. Not that I don't want you to approve this. Part of that is with the Affordable Care Act. A lot of the medical costs have been removed from our need to cover locally because it's going through the state with their Medicaid match. But if grant funding can be sought, and I think that should be very much a part of this new department's mandate, that they seek grant funding for positions and for any services, obviously, whether it be rentals, whatever. I think that will help alleviate a lot of those type of costs against the funds.
I guess the other question comes to mind is who oversees this department and where will it be housed? Where will it be?
So the position, like the other human services positions around the state, report to the respective county managers, and they'll be housed at the lease office that we have, I believe, on Kendall Swenson's building.
Okay. So we have space for it.
We have space.
We have space for two. When we bought that, we made sure we had two offices, so we're in good shape.
And Commissioner Haas, to answer your previous question, the salary difference in between this proposed position and Nikki Lynn, total with benefits, is $34,542.
That's complete though for the
That's
positions.
Well, the public guardian is already in the DA's office. So the benefit there is that attorney would be able to go back to doing attorney and stuff. So. that cost would still be there. That's just the price difference, cost difference between current Nikki Lynn's salary and benefits and this new proposed director position.
The director or both of them?
Just the one.
Okay.
Right? Just the one. Yes.
And the difference between the deputy public guardian proposed position and the position the district attorney's office was approved for is $8,050.44 about. And so there's already savings, as I mentioned, because the position hasn't been hired for. So we have those months. So there's already savings there.
I think in front of us right now, is the job description change. You know, trying the concept of pulling it together into one office space. And as you probably gather, I support that. I think it was a long time coming, and it was a process of evolution that's occurred here in the last 5 years. So just say for the record, I support the item A, which is the formula for how the job description will be, how the job description is written and how those positions will be divvied up.
I'm prepared to make a motion if there's any further discussion.
Go ahead.
Okay. I move to approve the new job description for Human Service Director and Deputy Public Guardian as presented by the staff.
You have a motion on the floor. You have any additional comments on the motion? Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? This item passes unanimous. Move on to item B, which is the salary study. Go ahead, Abel, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as this compensation study was performed it was completed, I believe my staff report states it, in February of 2020. And so the recommendation remains the same, although the recommended wage has been bumped up a little bit just because we've had COLA increases since that time. So my staff report mentions the current rate and also the originally proposed rate. So if you look at page 2, the originally proposed rate for the Human Services Director was $80,211.35 through $109,379. There was just a slight increase you could see on that range. And again, that has to do with the COLAs that have been put in place. So a little bit of an adjustment there. And same thing with the hourly position. There's been some cost of living increases there, but the recommendation remains the same as to where they fall on that salary schedule.
So those COLAs just represent, or those changes just represent the COLA increases?
Yes, that's correct.
Do they represent also the PERS increases that came out of this last legislature?
That's calculated separate. That's based on the wage that the employees paid.
Okay.
But the amounts that I presented to you, comparing the salary ranges, those include the updated rate for PERS.
Okay.
So the 29.75%.
Okay. Any discussion on the salary study?
Only this Commissioner Haas. Why didn't you bring us right up to snuff to begin with without, how much difference? When you present this to me as a commissioner, I want to know what it's going to cost us. Now, did you just increase it?
Well, Mr.
For what we have in front of us?
No, I believe I've been transparent because in my staff report under fiscal impact, I do note that the increase on that first paragraph there. And then there's a footnote at the bottom where item 1, where it shows you the originally recommended rate. And my compensation study was also attached there as well.
I'm confused then. If this is good, what did you just say? What did,
What we were talking about, I put words in his mouth. One of the things I was
please let me talk to him.
Well, I was trying to help.
bring it all out. But, you know, it's just a presentation we have here. We have to make decisions on what's on this paper. Now, you have down here for 83,860.97 to 114,355.89. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. So what were you trying to tell us a little earlier after we approved the motion? What were you trying to tell us? That there was an increase?
So the originally proposed salary range corresponded to the same salary range for the position of, what is it? Give me one moment, please. On page 8 of the compensation study. So it's the same appointed salary range as the planning director and building and grounds director. That was the recommended salary range originally back in 2020. So that recommendation hasn't changed, although the amounts have because of cost of living adjustments that we've had crossing 2 fiscal years. So that's why we have this incremental difference in the proposed salary range that you have before you today that I'm recommending.
Okay, thank you.
Do
My
you have
pleasure.
any additional discussion on this item? Do you have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve the salary ranges for the Human Services Director and Deputy Public Guardian as presented. That is $83,860.97 to $114,355.89 for the Human Services Director, and the Deputy Public Guardian would be at $41,953.60 to a high of $59,904.
Yeah, we have a motion on the table. Do we have any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries unanimous.
We take a
Thank you,
5-minute break?
commissioners.
I'm sorry?
5 minutes?
Yes, you bet.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
This is exciting for our community. What happened?
That one. Nothing there. Good.
Okay, good. I'm going to the restroom. Save.
Go ahead now.
Are you ready? Okay. We're at the tail end of this meeting. I think I'm going to go ahead and put item B, which was the contract deliberation, up next, and then we can go to the items
That's what it was.
of interest having to do with commissioner meetings and such, reports and correspondence. Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to go back to item B under item 15. And we'll be talking about the agreement with Creative Construction Landscaping for snow removal. The question on the table had to do with whether we're going to extend the present 2020 contract for till the first meeting in February, giving an opportunity for the board to actually review the 2021-22 contract that was proposed and incorporate those items, those changes that were proposed by Commissioner Hill. I think with that, I haven't had a chance. I know Commissioner Haas had some questions about the 2020 contract, and I'm not sure if you, Tom, have you had an opportunity to take a look at that contract much yet, or would you rather have more time on it, or what are you thinking?
Go for it.
Okay. So the question on the table is, do we want to extend the present contract, 2020 contract, till the first meeting in February? Or do we want to have a special meeting?
And sorry, is it okay if I am heard on this?
Go ahead.
Wendy Maddox, purpose of the record. I had a chance to look at this agreement as well. There are, so I would be comfortable, if you're going to call this a renewal, our office would be comfortable with you renewing this for a period of time, be it 2 weeks or whatever, until the next board meeting. There is a provision within this contract that allows for modification. Modification is valid if it's in writing and signed by both parties. So we can work on a one-page renewal of just the term if that's what you so like.
Okay. Everybody clear with that then? So what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I'd like to see this renewed just in case we do have a big snow event. I would like to see us in a predicament where we don't have services to clear the snow from the parking lots and from the areas specified on this agreement. I would like to, but then I would like the amendments to this that we've talked about come back to us, which we're going to do, and then review it and approve it if we decide then. But I would like to, it's got a $20,000 maximum amount in it. We heard from Dave that we were not even close to that, so we're good as far as money goes as well, I think. As I recall you, Dave, you said that we might have spent 10 or 8 or something in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I think the number, well, it was 2,320 or 3,200, excuse me, and 3,780 so far with 2,000 pending, so 5,780.
Yeah, so we got plenty of money there to extend it and not worry about that part.
Okay. So that my feeling is that what Commissioner Cherry's asking for is he'd like to extend this present contract till the first meeting in February?
Yes, if that works.
First meeting in February.
February 7th?
I think it was.
Yes.
February 7th, and operate under the not to exceed number that's still in the.
Wendy, can you have the new agreement ready by then? Do you
Yes,
think?
sir. I'll work on it right after this meeting so I can get it to the county manager's office.
Then that would work.
Yeah, and I believe part of your motion was to incorporate those items that Commissioner Hill was asking for in that new contract.
I think what we're just going to do, just to be clear, we're just going to do a one-page renewal just to extend the term, and then any additions or more extensive changes to the previous agreement would be made at the February meeting.
Okay. All right. Is there any additional comment on that motion? I assume that was a motion.
That was,
Yeah.
I guess this Commissioner Hill, the only comment I would have is the contractor would have to approve this. I understand there's a new contract out that had some pricing changes and different stuff. So I would assume that they would have to agree to service it at the current rate for another, I don't know, month.
3 weeks.
Sure.
And we'll
And
reach
I
out to
think-
him for that purpose.
And I think that gives us from now to February 7th to try to reach out to him and get that done, so.
3 weeks, yeah. And then other than that, I think just having the termination date changed to where it's
Yeah.
off season, I think would be a great move. And
Yep, I think was part of his motion.
Yeah, the
To do
amendments.
that, to incorporate those changes.
I'm good with that.
Okay, any additional comments?
I do have one question on the compensation.
Okay, go ahead.
It snows, okay, they come in and do all of everything that's listed on this. And then it snows continuously throughout the day. Do they come in and do it just the one time for the $945? Or do we get billed each time that they do it? And how much in between and all this kind of, you understand what I'm saying? Okay, it snowed last night. We got 6 inches of snow on all of this properties that he's gonna remove. So he comes in and gets that done. There's $945 in that's what I'm seeing here. What happens if we get another 6 inches throughout the day and he has to do it 2 or 3 times?
Yeah.
How's that work?
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Gaitan. Yeah, it's per incident. So if it is,
If he does it 3 times?
yeah,
it's
if
3
we
times.
get a really, really hard snow, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The hard part is if it goes all day long. I don't know how you do it, Commissioner Hill, but it's kind of hard to clear them in the middle of the day because you got cars all parked out there. But I think you make a bigger mess when you do that, but I don't know, maybe.
So usually it's per service. I think it's written just fine. I think it's per service, but most of the time it's a call. Not going to say he's not going to swing back through here and do a little cleanup and probably not going to get hit for it. I'm pretty sure he's ethical that way. But if you push 6 inches and you come back tomorrow morning and there's 6 inches, you're going to hit him for another service. Or you come back that night, late that night or whatever, early in the morning usually, and there's another 6 inches, you're going to make another push out of it. So it's just kind of how things are done, but just like anything, it's
Okay. Any additional comments, concerns?
Okay.
It was a little piecemeal
Yeah,
there.
I didn't really get, it was more of a statement than a motion, but basically what the motion was is that we're going to, I move that we extend the contract till the next commission meeting, which I believe is February 7th. And then at that time, well, I guess that's all you really need, don't you, right now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. The motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries unanimously. I think at this juncture, we'll go to,
Thank you.
we'll go to item 17, which is miscellaneous reports and correspondence. Commissioners, not an awful lot went on for me, I know, but Commissioner Hill, did you have anything to share with us?
I don't really have much. We were kind of our Paradise meeting was canceled. Our last meeting for the Development Authority was canceled. So yeah, it's been a pretty easy
Yeah, very
month for
slow.
me, but it's all coming back up again here shortly. So
Commissioner Haas, did you have anything?
Yes, I do. This is Commissioner Haas. On 12/13, 12/14, and 12/15, Airport Board, Museum Board was canceled and LAPC. Now, is that before or after our last meeting? That
was after.
Been after, well, same time and right
Same
after.
time, the Airport Board was. Airport Board discussed the Reno Sports Car Club wanting to have an event in early 2022 at the airport. Memorial Day, still negotiations are still being done. We updated some lease agreements, discussed lease with BLM for updated lease agreements, and back to the city council. What's going on there is the BLM, we are negotiating a very large contract to accommodate the BLM for a 40-year period. So they're still in negotiations over that. That's for the seed program for the planes and stuff. LEPC on the 15th was a tabletop meeting with the state representatives. We didn't have an actual an actual deal out there on Jungle Road. We did it all virtually. So the state asked us exactly how this would be handled. They told us the scenarios. LEPC with their representatives did a very good job of being able to handle this, and we were explaining to the state what we had to bring to. It was a tanker truck that had turned over on Jungle Road, just right at the entrance to Old Jungle Road where they split. It was a little bit beyond that. So we explained to them through that who would be involved, who would be running the initial, and what would be available. And they were pretty well satisfied with what we have available here. We do have a tremendous amount of help, from Cyanco on down to the sheriff's department to, getting this thing cleaned up and whatnot. And another thing it brought up in my mind is if it was on a little bit different scenario there, maybe a mile or two different, do we have a way out of Jungle Road? Can we get people out and different stuff? So they're going to look at that a little better too. But it was a very good meeting, very good. Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Tipton?
I had a hospital board meeting yesterday, if you can believe that.
Wow.
On bylaws, and so that's what we went over was bylaws, made a few changes in that. And then on the 15th, I had a meeting a webinar meeting attended with Abel Pulpak regarding these new mandates and whatnot. And I'll let Abel talk to you about that. There's a lot of stuff on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Tipton. So we both, Abel Darrell, now Assistant County Manager, HR Director for purposes of the record. As Commissioner Tipton stated, we both attended a webinar put on by Pulpak Human Resources with the General Manager Stacy, and also Becky Brew, Counsel with Lemons, Grundy, and Eisenberg out of Reno, Counsel for Pulpak, and indirectly our counsel as well in that respect. They went over the federal OSHA emergency temporary standard that was released on November 4th, 2021, that is requiring all employers with 100 or more employees to develop a policy to ensure their workforce is fully vaccinated, or require any worker who remains unvaccinated to produce a negative test result on at least a weekly basis before coming to work. So there's been a lot that's happened since that initial standard was put out to the public. There's been, of course, lawsuits filed by several states, attorneys generals, and other organizations. So on December 20th, there was a stay that was lifted by the Sixth Court of Appeals, Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. So, and oral arguments begin on January 7th in the Supreme Court to determine whether or not this will move forward at all. And so based on that meeting that we had, the webinar, we've been in close contact with Deputy DA Maddox, District Attorney McDonald, and Pulpak to really get our hands around what steps do we need to take. And right now, there's multiple scenarios. We're waiting on to see where the Supreme Court goes with this. Obviously, we don't want to be preemptive and scare our employees or take any action that we don't need to at this time. We really want to just wait for that direction from the Supreme Court because they're the ultimate authority as to whether or not this goes forward. But in the background, there's a discussion of how this would look like if it ever did come down. Ultimately, any policies that would have to be put in place would ultimately have to be approved by the board. So you would have the opportunity to have the final say in that respect. Now, with the webinar, what was discussed was, well, what are the obligations of employers that have 100 or more employees? So there's two routes an employer could take. This is just general information I'm providing based on the standard. The employer could choose to adopt a policy where they require all of their employees to go and get vaccinated, fully vaccinated employees, with the exception of anybody that has a religious exemption, a genuine religious exemption or medical exemption, that they could provide documentation to support that. Or the other option would be vaccination mandate, or the option to test weekly. Now, because we do have unions, we have to negotiate with the union as to which policy we have to adopt. So they've given a lot of leeway to unions to negotiate what this is going to look like as well. But I can almost guarantee that based on conversations I've had with staff, that it's not in the county's best interest to go with a full vaccination mandate. I think we would, like you've seen with other organizations, we would have a huge reduction in force to the point where I think it would create an emergency for Humboldt County, and it would just be catastrophic. And even the other option, I don't think it's that much better because it creates an undue hardship on the county, because we have to, per the standard, collect weekly test results from those employees. The employees, it creates a burden on the employees because they have to test weekly. They can't buy a kit and administer it themselves. Someone else has to watch them administer the test. So, and we have to keep weekly logs of records of those tests. And so if OSHA comes, for example, to do an inspection, we have 4 hours to provide them with all of those records to verify that, in fact, we are compliant. And also, we have to negotiate what any disciplinary action looks like with the unions if an employee is not complying. So it's really, this is just, I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but this is tyrannical. You know, it's just, it creates an undue hardship on us. And I really hope the Supreme Court just comes back and says, no, you're overstepping your bounds, you know, Biden administration. So essentially the webinar, going back full circle, had to do with where we're at now and what's expected of employers, and if the standard were to be upheld. And so there's mention here of a good faith effort. I believe that we're always planning for the worst, hoping for the best. So our office, like I mentioned, in the DA's office, working closely with Pool, developing draft policies for your consideration if you know, God forbid this ever has to come to you for approval. So.
And part of the reasoning behind that we'd have to have something drafted in policy is that OPAC told us if we didn't, they wouldn't cover us. Something happened, we're not covered under OPAC.
That's a great point. I didn't even mention the cherry on top of this is the fines. So the fine per instance could be up to $13,500, right around there, per instance. And negligence is about $130,000 fine. So.
And that's to be administered by OSHA?
Yes, so that the standard comes from federal OSHA, but Nevada has a state run plan through OSHA. Their regulations have to be as strict or stricter than the federal guidelines. So they put out guidance stating that this was on December 27th. They released a memo titled Nevada OSHA Enforcement Updates Regarding COVID-19. Enforcement dates posted on federal OSHA's website regarding the ETS, the emergency standard, do not apply to Nevada OSHA. Nevada OSHA is required to respond to federal OSHA with an intent to adopt by January 7th, 2022. Nevada OSHA is required to adopt the COVID-19 vaccination and testing emergency standard by January 24th, 2022. Nevada OSHA will exercise enforcement discretion for noncompliance with the emergency standard for a period of 30 days for any requirement of the standard and 60 days for testing requirements following adoption to allow employers sufficient time to come into compliance so long as employers are making a reasonable and good faith effort to come into compliance with the standard. So they're essentially, the state will adopt this plan, and it may look about the same as the federal, but it has also the possibility of being more strict. And with who's in office, that wouldn't surprise me.
If we haven't run on tests, we might be short on tests by then.
Yeah, and something too that's kind of hilarious is the question came up during the presentation. Well, what if there's not enough tests, for the employees that choose not to get vaccinated? OSHA states that there are enough tests, so that's not an excuse. And we know that's not the case.
Well, that'll be one of the appealable points of the show in the Supreme Court. My question is that
Commissioner?
State
Commissioner?
If
Can I have
the
you step
state
up?
OSHA is the entity that is going to enforce in Nevada, and the Supreme Court's going to rule on the federal OSHA and requirement on it, is that going to cover the state side of it? Is it, you see what I'm saying? Is that if if the Supreme Court comes down against the federal government having to do with its jurisdiction with OSHA, would it carry into the state adoption?
I defer that to Wendy.
This is Wendy Maddox, purpose of the record. So the state has to adopt at least as strict or stricter. So if that occurred, we do have Nevada OSHA, but we also have to comply with federal law as well. So if that were to happen, we would come before you, likely even before Nevada OSHA came forward with more policy.
So that some entity or entities would have to file suit then with Nevada OSHA and take it through the Nevada Supreme Court? Is that how that would?
Well, and I'm not sure if Nevada's going to have to do anything if the Supreme Court says no. And they haven't done anything yet.
Right. We just never been there before.
I know.
No.
But what if they say yes?
Then it's Katie bar the door.
If the Supreme Court says yes, this can go forward.
If they uphold the mandates?
Right. Then Nevada OSHA would be required to adopt at least that, if not a stricter.
Yeah.
Sometimes radical mandates require radical response. Leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, I think you're going to see that happen.
This Commissioner Hill, just to be clear, right now, the county of Humboldt is just going to stay until we hear a ruling from the Supreme Court.
That's correct. So we're taking a wait and see approach. We don't want to place that burden on our employees right now.
Rather, what
that.
decision is made from the Supreme Court, something will come in front of this board as to which direction to go.
Absolutely. We'll present you with options available based on the ruling and the standard if it's upheld.
Okay.
But, and just to clarify, not only wait and see, I mean, we're in the process of doing that good faith compliance. There's written policy that's been drafted. There's forms that are being prepared for exemptions. And there's also, I know Abel's working hard on figuring out this issue with, OSHA, you say that there's plenty of tests, like where are they? Like, how are we actually going to implement this if we need to? He's working on that as well.
Right.
So.
But before this, you would go to the employees and say, you got to get vaccinated or you got to test every day. You would bring it to us first, I hope.
Right, what we'd have to do is,
Yes.
as Abel said, it's kind of a combination of things. So we'd have to bring it before the board. We'd also need to negotiate with, just like we normally do with our CBAs. And so we'd have to negotiate that and come to some kind of an agreement. So in the end, both organizations would have to approve whatever that might be.
Or not.
Or not, or not.
Or not.
Yeah, which might be, no, we're not going to do it.
Abel, what was the oral arguments? I didn't get the date that they're going to.
Oh, yes. The Supreme Court oral arguments begin on January 7th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, to give you an example of what we would be going through if we do decide that they have to have tests every day and different stuff, I had to have a test to go get this eye operated on. And there were 4 cars ahead of me. It was raining, a miserable day, and they were doing just the best they could do. I mean, there was no delays and stuff. It was over an hour before I get a test. So that was 4 cars. So that was 4 tests ahead of me. So it's, because they have to run it in, they have to go to the labs with it and everything else. So you can imagine, with 100 employees, and you've got a small percentage of them that aren't going to get, aren't going to get the COVID shot or anything else. So it would devastate us. Really, I mean, not only do we not want to do it, but it would just devastate. You couldn't even run a business.
Well, imagine all.
Like you said, if you only have 4 or 5 from the county, but there's 3 or 4 other businesses that have 4 or 5, and the school district had 4 or 5, pretty soon you got a long line of tests every day.
And who's going to pay for it all?
That's a great question. That could be negotiated too.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean.
And so it could fall on the county.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Hill, sorry, Chair, are we in a position where we could offer some sort of letter or response to any of this, or is it not at that stage where we could offer?
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So I think the answer to that is, yeah, at some point I would say yes. However, right now it's really more of a legal issue because it's going through the courts.
Right.
And so I think making any comment could have an effect. But I would say at this point in time, I think we need to be prepared to put some thoughts together and make a letter so that when we do have a special meeting, which is what it'll probably have to be, is we can have a letter of response available to offer rather than just we're for it or we're against it.
Right.
Or maybe. Yeah.
So I've seen this happen on, Mr. Chair, if I could, on the federal level where not only are the employees required for vaccinations, but if you sit on a board,
It's any employee receiving remuneration.
even if you aren't receiving compensation, but you are part of the federal government or the county government, they can require you also to get vaccination. So not only are we going to lose employees, we might not have many boards left either. And as elected officials, we all collect a check.
Yes.
So I guess we're employees as well.
That's correct.
So all elected officials.
That or test.
So we would fall under that same.
Anybody receiving compensation from the employer.
Mandate without thought.
How about if you donate your salary back? Right? There's that.
Fine, yeah.
Right.
Does that go to ethics? I don't know. That's why this is just above and beyond.
Anyway, that was
the meeting. That was the webinar.
Abel and I sat in on and they went through it pretty detailed, all these different scenarios, and
Well, that's a downer. Way to end the meeting.
Start the year, yeah.
How was the meeting proceed? Was it a pretty controlled meeting?
it was a controlled meeting, and the people that put it on, you could tell by the way they presented that they weren't in favor of any of this either, but
This is what we have to.
OPAC has made its statement that if that is the mandate, they wouldn't cover us insurance. So, for those reasons, so it would put the county in a tough spot. We just hope now that the Supreme Court tells them to stand down.
Yes.
That Supreme Court, that challenge is what, 17 states now? I think states and some attorneys general.
Yeah, there's quite a few, and there's in another part of this is there's, I think, 6 states that don't have OSHA. Or am I way off on that?
If a state doesn't have OSHA, they have to go, they're administered federally, their program. So they'll have federal inspectors come in and inspect a work site instead of state representatives.
Okay.
My turn?
Yeah, Commissioner.
Well, after that, I don't have anything.
Got nothing to say.
I had a WCVA meeting, which I attended virtually, but regardless, everything's still good on that end as far as motel receipts and stuff, all doing good. Restaurants doing good. So money's coming in well. The only, I guess this is kind of a downer too. A while back, 6 months ago, a year ago, or can't remember, I reported on an event that was called Paint Horse Classic thing that was supposed to come with all these fancy, expensive horses. And so we, as you recall, Kim came in and requested that we approve some stalls and concrete. And, well, bad news is they kind of went defunct. The leadership there that was putting those shows on kind of disbanded. So it isn't going to happen. We've got some nice stalls out there, which will get used. They'll get used, but this big event that was supposed to bring a lot of money and a lot of people to town isn't going to happen. So that's the downer. Something I didn't report on at the last meeting that I should have was that when I was at the cattlemen's meeting in Elko, Director Raby was there, and what's the name of the guy that used to be the head of the wild horse program? He's in Elko now. He's assistant director.
Alan Shepard.
Alan Shepard. Yeah, he was there too. And so I got to talking to him about this temporary horse facility that they're supposed to put in Paradise Valley. And it appears they're moving forward with it regardless of what anybody says. To them, when I said, well, it's in a floodplain, that's the main reason. I mean, that's the primary reason that we're opposed to it, or I'm opposed to it. And we wrote letters, we wrote letters in that regard as a commission. He says, well, there's no records showing that that's ever happened. We've heard people say that, but we've looked and looked, and there's no records of it that ever happened. And I go, well, I can tell you, I lived it. I was there when it did. I mean, we had to turn cows out into the mountain because we couldn't feed them. You couldn't find the road, let alone feed a cow in the water. Well, there's no records to show that. And I thought you found some talking to Del Scotto, but they don't want to look at it. I think the deal went through. I think it's a go. This year might prove my point. If the water all comes off at once, it will. Somebody better be taking pictures because they'll still deny it. But
Would the pictures do us any good at this time?
Yeah, no, I would think. I mean, it's still got to go.
I talked to some people that might have them. I mean, if it would be worthwhile for the county to pursue that, but even Roger Johnson, the Bureau of Reclamation, Union Pacific Railroad, and USGS, especially for the flood of 83, 84, Leland Miller, Emily Peterson, and Alvin Miller, they might have something, that we could prove that there was water in there. But if it's not going to do us any good, that's what I got out of the last meeting.
Well, I think it would do good with state NDEP. They've got a lot of permitting to get approved. They're putting in basically a confined feeding operation there, so they got to get environmental approval or agency approval to do that. I don't know what we can do as a county as far as our ordinances and stuff too. We could look into that, but yeah, I mean, Hank Taylor, who used to live at the place just right below it, was an aerial pilot. He did a lot of spraying. When that happened, he took a ton of pictures, and there used to be some hanging up there at the Grayson of those pictures, but when it sold, they packed up all those pictures and they went to Wichita, Kansas with Garvey family. And I've asked around. Steve Lucas tells me he's got pictures, but I can't get him. He's moved 3 or 4 times and he doesn't know exactly where they're at. He knows he's got them, but he doesn't know where they're at. I don't know. I guess they're going to have to learn the hard way. I don't know what they're going to do when there's 5,000 up to 10,000 head of horses in a feeding facility there and it floods. Where are they going to go with it?
True, they're going to have to kick them loose.
And so we can always pick them up in spring, right?
Well, the thing that I think is important, and it goes to your question, is what can we do with the NDEP permit side of it, is that Alan Shepard said to me the same thing. He said that there's no records out there on the ground. And I said, did you look at any of the NDAL? There were job progress reports that were filed federally on an annual basis, talked about Little Humboldt River, talked about Chimney Reservoir, and talked about the flood conditions in there. I said, I wrote those. I said, did you look at those? They're all filed with the federal government, USPS Department of Fish and Wildlife. And then the other one that has to do with the Division of Water Resources. They come up with an annual report that they discuss all of the conditions that occurred in that one year. And what El Soldado told me, it was 17 times that has flooded down there since 1907, I think he said, 1907. They've got the records on it.
Yeah.
And I asked Alan Shepard, did you look at Division of Water Resources? No. So go look at it.
He told me too.
Yeah, the truth is they don't want to look at it. The truth is that deal was already done.
Yeah.
And hearing from us in the comment side of it didn't fit their narrative. But I think from our standpoint, from our commission standpoint, when it comes time for us to insert our comments with NDEP on that permit up there, I think that's where we have to do it.
It's an environmental disaster waiting to happen.
Absolutely
It's
is.
not if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen.
Yeah.
You know, the thing that saved it here lately is the drought, the reoccurring droughts, and Chimney Reservoir is empty.
Yep.
So once it fills up, and then you get a back-to-back good years, there's not going to be anywhere to store that water. It's got to come down, and it's going to flood.
84 was the good, you mentioned 82 to 84. 84 was the big one. Chimney was full in 83. 84 came along just as bad, and it flooded all the way down the Little Humboldt River and blew out the sand plug over here at Gumboot, right into the Humboldt River. And that was the year it tried to turn the Malarkey Bridge on its side.
Right.
Humboldt Sink and Carson Sink grew together.
They did. There were one sink.
Well, we keep saying they, this Commissioner Hill again, we keep saying they, but if and when it does happen, it's going to turn into a county problem. It's going to turn into a surrounding resident problem. It's going to turn into a Paradise Valley problem. It's going to turn into a Humboldt County problem. What do we do with all these horses, trying to move them and putting them out on somebody's allotment, or, what the heck are we going to do with them?
And that's the conversation we have to have with
Yeah.
the DEP on those permits.
So ultimately, they is us. Eventually, it's going to be a us problem.
It is us.
So, Commissioner Haas, if you can find some pictures, that would be great.
I'll work on it. I just got this information Sunday, but I'm not in agreement with them doing that out there and them shoving off on our shoulders the mistakes that have been done with the horses being out there. If they've been controlled and there probably wouldn't be, this way it is. So
Well, they're doing a heck of a good job this year of gathering. I mean, they've stayed busy gathering. We were told that the Owyhees out here are finally at AML. It's been a long time. They've got them at AML if they'll keep them there. So it's not opposing a facility. It's opposing where they want to build it. That's the problem.
And it even goes beyond that, because if they do build it, if they do get all the permits and stuff on this thing, it's going to be an ongoing thing for all of the residents of Humboldt County plus the whole United States in funding that. And believe me, it costs a whole bunch of money to feed those horses.
What about the landfill? They're going to have 10,000 horses. They're going to be hauling dead horses every day somewhere.
One or two every day be flown in, flowing in.
So it is.
Instead of 40 a month, it was their numbers worked out.
So we go to the NDEP about it. And NDEP says, well, we'll just change the regulations on your landfill here, and we're gonna mandate that you take so many dead animals. I mean, we have a dead animal pit up there. We do it all properly, but, I mean, how often do you use it? You know, in the time that the 10 years I ran that, I probably did 10 horses and maybe at the very most 20 cows, because they were hit on, you know, either it was, they were bringing them up and euthanizing them there as far as the horses, or they were bringing them in off of a wreck somewhere, bringing the cow truck up there and just unloading them. And so I can't imagine, you know, 5 or 6 horses, you know, a day up there with the way things are set up.
Yeah, and you'd get that many. I mean, there'd be days you wouldn't get any, but there'd be days you might get 10 of them.
Yep, they're saying they're averaging 40 a month, so.
So NDEP will tell, well, we've changed the regulations for you, handle it. So, you know, that's going to impact us tremendously, just in the population here. So.
Well, stay tuned.
Yes, I will.
That's it.
Yep. I'll just real brief. Public Land Steering Committee cooperating agency status for the sage grouse SFA maps, that's pending right now. The sagebrush focal area maps were abandoned by Department of Interior under the first 2014 plan after we challenged their accuracy and whatnot. They've adopted them again, almost unchanged. So now we're going to have to go back to the drawing board, and what we've asked for and have been granted is cooperating agency status in the development of the SFA map. So hopefully, I have 2 things I wanted to say. I'll stay in it during this process to make sure, keep them honest. But as you're all aware of, I'm about this time next year, it's somebody else's seat. And I wanted you guys to understand that there's going to be a vacuum that we're going to have to fill. I wanted to get you thinking about it now. I don't know how we go about that, who we hire to do that. And I'm not talking about me. I'm just talking about RCI or somebody else along that line. But it's not something that's we're going to be able to put on a back burner and get an outcome you're looking for. So anyway, I'll keep you up to speed as we move through this year on that. The other thing has to do with the platform that has been identified under WIR and Public Land Steering Committee. We've requested full funding payments for payment in lieu of taxes for this coming year, plus a compensation formula which will bring us to full compensation on an annual basis without Mother May I to Congress every year. The modifications under Chapter 69, which reduces PILT for those counties that actually get the rural schools, secure rural schools outcome or payment. That is being revisited now because what was happening was if you got a SRS payment, they means tested your PILT payment, and in some of the smaller rural counties that really had an impact on them. It didn't have us because we don't sell a lot of timber out of Humboldt County, but you go up into some of the smaller counties in eastern Oregon and whatnot, it was a big deal to them. So we're actually looking to change that. I have been reappointed to the RAC for the Humboldt National Forest. So I was part of that before when they were used to be meeting, and now they're telling us we're going to be. What they've done is they've taken all of the forests that are under this national forest, the Humboldt Toyabe National Forest, and all of those segments. There was 6 of them, I believe, that had RACs associated with this SRS funding, and they've taken all 6 of those and put them all in the same group. So we won't be meeting like we used to in Paradise Valley, 4 or 5 of us. So it'll be a much larger set of meetings and whatnot. But they reappointed me to that. And last thing was NACO Legislative Conference in DC in February 12th through the 16th. I'll be honest with you, I'm supposed to go, and NACO funds it. The county doesn't fund it. I'm seriously contemplating not going to it this year. In the past,